Imagine launching your own course selling platform where users pay $99 and instantly unblock every course you have created. And you will build the entire thing full stack in on video. Today, we're building a complete digital product subscription platform from the homepage to user authentication, real payment flow, full functional dashboard, and admin panel where you can upload new courses and manage everything. If you are a developer who wants to build real products, not just tutorial, or if you have ever dreamed of launching your own course platform, then this video will blow your mind. And the best part, you will get the entire source code for free. Plus, throughout this build, I am going to show you a workflow that helps us write features faster, cashback instantly, and guarantee your app behaves exactly the way we expect, especially when you add critical logic like payment and authentication. So go ahead and let's start our project. Before we get started, let me give you a complete overview what we're gonna made in this video. At first, let me refresh this website. You can see a animation is here appearing. You can see this is a video player. You can just watch this video and there are lots of control options. Okay, then if you scroll, this is the introduction section. A beautiful graphics is here. You have the call to action button. If you want to buy subscription, then you can have to click this button, then you will go down. You can see how smooth the animation is. Okay, you can see this is the graphics. Okay, then you will have some text here. You will have the button here. You have course outline. You can check. Okay, you can check or customize all of this stuff if you need. All the animation is very clean. Then you will have this structure, then FAQ options. Okay, and here end. So this is a minimal homepage. We'll have lots of functionality on other spaces. For example, if you want to purchase this plan, for example, here you will just purchase this plan by $99 and you will get all the future available course created by the admin. Okay, so how it will work? For example, let me click here. If I click here, at first it will ask you to sign in. If you don't have an account, you can just sign up from here. Okay, you can use your first name, last name, email address, password, then you can just continue, or you have options to go with GitHub or Google. Okay, so let me create an account using Google. Okay, I will just click here. Okay, now I will choose one of my accounts, then continue, and your account is created. It's done. Now you can able to purchase any subscription from this website. For example, if now I just click here, okay, so let me click here, it's processing and redirecting to the checkout page. You can see this is your checkout page. You can choose the currency what you will have to pay. You will have to pay $99 and you will give your card information here. For example, I am doing a test card information. Okay, so 1236, you can just CVC any 3 digit, then your name. So for example, I just keep my name. Then if I just click the pay button, then it's processing. It will takes a few seconds to process the payment, and if the payment is successful, so you will get the success page. So I'm just waiting. It's completed and redirecting to the payment success page. You can see you paid this amount. This is your transaction ID and the time you just purchase the subscription. Then here back to the dashboard. So if you want to go back to the dashboard, then you can just simply click here. Okay, so if you click here, you can see you are on the dashboard page. You will have all 4 active course. You haven't start any lessons yet. Total content available. This is the strict there. If you just watch this content regularly, it will be updated. Okay, so you will have all of this course. For example, how the course player will work. For example, if you just click here, then you can see your course is loading. You can just play any of your course. You can see you will have all of this stuff. Okay, so for example, we just start playing this and learning. You can just click here. Looking to create a stunning responsive landing page for a. So how to by default. Okay. After watching it, you can just make it as complete. So if you just click here, you will see it's this lecture is completed. Then you can just click this next to open the next lecture. So this video is not available, maybe I just remove that. Just let me complete it, then let me click next. You can just click previous to back to the previous video, or you can choose from this panel. Okay, so now let me mark it. So every time you mark it, you can see your progress is updated. So if I just mark another lecture, so click here, look, it's automatically smoothly updating. Okay, so by following this way, you can just complete a course and you can just watch your progress. You can see how many lecture you completed. Okay, so then here you can just choose any other courses if you want. For example, let me go to in this course I will have this option. Look, so you have the module and lecture plan here. Okay, so this is very clean. And let me complete the next one. Okay, look, every time the progress is updating, and if you back to the dashboard, then you will see the progress here. Okay, so I hope you understand what type of website you are going to make. So this is a student dashboard. Now if I want to show you the admin dashboard, how it will look. For example, let me sign out from this account and I will going to admin dashboard. So that's why admin, and now we will have to log in with your admin account. So here I will continue with Google again. I just choose a admin account. You can have multiple admin if you want, it's up to you. Okay, so continue. Okay, now you can see you are on the admin dashboard, and here total 2 users, you earn this amount, active students, so total courses available here. And you can see, so this is the user just purchase, so in this date, and the subscription is active. Okay, and this is this user, so the admin user, he didn't actually purchase, so that's why it's actually none. Okay, so you can go to the user management, course management. Okay, let me go to the user section. You will have a minimal table here, so you can just auth the user email, role, then payment status, when he joined, and you can just disable it, disable the person if you want to remove that person. Okay, now the most important thing, the course management system. Okay, so let me go to the course section. Here you can see all of the 4 courses are here. You can just simply edit any course. For example, if I just click this edit button, and see, you can just edit the anything of the course. You can just upload the thumbnail if you want. Then you can go to the open content manager. So if you click here, you can see these course have modules and lectures. So this is the first module, this is the second module. First module contains all of this lecture, so it's actually marked free lectures. Okay, you can add new lectures by clicking here. Okay, you can go back to the edit page, you can go back to the course page, and now if you want to create a new course, you can have the options. For example, here you can see a button, so new course. Let me publish a new course. For example, here so let me type something like this, test course. Okay, test course 1. So when you just type your title, it will automatically make the slug by using this title. You can just customize if you want here. Okay, so let me copy this. Okay, then we can choose a category. For example, we're going to just post a course on this marketing category. So this is actually marketing. You can just use comma separate, so marketing promotion, something like that. Okay, after then you can have the options to choose the difficulty level. So for example, it's a intermediate course. You can choose your language, you can choose your price. For example, $56.99. You can make this course by default published, you can make it featured. Okay, it's up to you. And here you can upload your thumbnail from your local device. For example, if you want to upload your thumbnail, you can choose file, then you will have to choose a image. So for example, okay, so for example, I am just posting these images. I just open it. and you can see it's opened. So this image will be hosted on Cloudinary. Okay, so I will show you how we can do that. And after just filling up all of this, and if you just click this create course button, then within a few seconds your course is created, and you can see it's on category, so difficulty level, this is pricing, the status of this course, when it's created, and all of this stuff is here. If you want to edit this, you can also do that. For example, let me click this edit button, and now I change this course will be, for example, marketing mastery. Okay, you can change any of this information given here. For example, if I just want to update the pricing, for example, right now I will sell my course in $99.99, so, and will make this course featured course. Okay, so now if I just click this save changes, so automatically you can see marketing masters, then this is actually marketing, pricing is updated, it's the feature, so everything is working perfectly. You can easily delete this course by clicking this delete actions. Okay, but right now I will show you how you can upload module and lectures on this course. So that's why I will go to the edit button. Okay, edit page, then open content manager. Okay, so now let me add a new module. So to add a new module, you will have to click this add module, and now write your module name. For example, introduction to marketing. Okay, something like this. Then you can just have a description. So this is a test description, something like this. Then if you just click this add module, then you can see if you go again your content manager, you will see a module is created. Okay, and no lecture yet. Okay, so now let's add a new lecture on this. Okay, so for doing that, I will use my YouTube videos. So let me go to the YouTube dashboard, and for example, I choose this video. Okay, then you will have to click this add lesson, then you will just give your lesson title, you will just provide the description, YouTube video URL, durations, and you can mark if it's a preview video or not. Okay, so the best option is that if you just input your YouTube video URL, it will fill up this title and duration automatically. You don't have to manually do that. Okay, after doing that, so if you want to mark it as a free lesson, then here you can just check it and then click this add lesson. Okay, so after doing that, you can see it's added. Okay, it's perfectly added. You can just add another lesson, copy a video URL, for example this video URL, and now paste it here. It's as much as easy. Okay, so let me add. Okay, so tool lesson is added. If you need another module, you can just create a module, basic of user interface. Okay, something like this. Let me add a module. So the module is added. You can see the second module added. You can just add the lecture to this module if you want. For example, I will use this video to the module 2. Let me add lesson, paste your YouTube video URL, and add lesson. Okay, so you can see it's instantly added here. So by doing this way, you can just manage your course module and lesson. Okay, I hope you understand. And now if you back to your this course is created right now, and if you back to your user dashboard, so let me sign out it again, and I will go to the user student dashboard. Okay, so let me go back to the user student dashboard, and instantly you will see the course is added to the students dashboard, so that these students can start this course right now. Okay, so if you click here, you can see the course you just created is here. Okay, so 3 lectures. You can see this is the introduction to marketing, basics of user interface, and you can start this course within a few seconds. Okay, Now let's get started our project building. So for doing that, at first you will go to a project directory and create a new folder, and we can rename it something like this: LMS subscription, something like this, subscription project. You can just rename anything of your folder. Then you will open a code editor, so you can use any type of code editor, it's up to you. I will choose cursor for this right now, and here we'll simply drag it and drop it. So right now this is your folder name and it's empty. So at the beginning we will set up a latest Next.js project here. So for doing that, let me take a new tab, simply search Next.js and go to the Next.js official website, and here you will find this command. Okay, so using this command you can install the latest Next.js version. Right now it's actually Next.js 16 version. We'll copy it back to the cursor and then open the terminal. You will have the terminal option here, or you can just drag this line and here this is your terminal. You can simply paste the command by pressing Ctrl V. So this is the command that will create a latest Next.js project here. So npx create next at the red latest. Okay, that means we're going to create a latest Next.js project here. Then let me press enter. It will ask for your project name. We will skip this step, so that's why let me press a dot to skip this step. Press enter. Now here it will ask these three things. So would you like to go with a recommended defaults? We don't use that. We will use the last options. So this is actually, if you want to customize your project based on your requirement, you can have to choose these options. Okay, use your up and down arrow key to move forth and back. Here when you are on the third options, this is your own preference. You can just customize your project what you need. Okay, so after then when you are on the third options, press enter. It will ask for would you like to use TypeScript. So you can just toggle again using your left and right arrow key, and when it's yes, press enter, then yes lint. Obviously we will use this ruling. Okay, so keep yes lint. Then React compiler, yes, it's actually much easier to work with React, so keep it yes. Tailwind CSS, yes. src directory, obviously it will help you to organize your project. Then app router, obviously it's recommended. Import alias, we don't need to customize that, so that's why here we'll keep no. Then your project dependency is installing. You can see you will have to wait a few seconds to complete this process. Okay, so it's done. Now you can run your project, but before that let me clear the terminal by using clear command. Type npm run dev and then press enter. You will see a localhost URL. You can just copy this URL or press Ctrl and click here and see a localhost 3000 URL, and your default Next.js project is here. Okay, but look, we are just building a large project. Okay, it has lots of features and functionalities, so that's why I will provide you a starter file. On that starter file I will give you this starter file link, and here you will just simply just get the home page completed. So no other feature and functionality, just you will get the home page done. So because it's very static, it's all about the designing thing, how you can design all of this stuff. You can just get the source code and you will just get the home page completely done. We will focus on the feature and functionality, for example how our user authenticate with our application, how user purchase the subscription plan, then how you can give access the user the all courses, then you will have to implement admin functionality and lots of stuff. So that's why I don't spend just building this homepage, because it's very common thing and I hope you already do it. So that's why what you will do, so you can just see that it's very easy to set up a Next.js project and run it. You don't have to spend it here. You just go to this URL. I will give this on video descriptions. You will have to either clone this repository or you can simply download the zip. Okay, so starter code. So just click here and then choose your location. So I will choose this folder and now save it. So your starter project is downloaded. Go there, you will have to unzip it at the beginning. Let me unzip or extract it, and right now you can open this folder. For example, let me drag this folder and drop it here. So right now you are on the starter file. So this is your starter file, and you can use this starter file, so you don't have to start from the beginning. You can use it and go with me. Okay, so let me just open our terminal. At the beginning, you will have to install node packages and dependencies. So that's why command npm install, then press enter. So it's actually installing node modules. It's done. Now you can run your project by pressing npm run dev. Okay, so if you just run your project and again hit this localhost 3000, you will see automatically completed this homepage. Here maybe there are some little issues. Let me refresh. It has gone. Okay, you can see the homepage is created for you, and okay, fine, but there is no others interactivity. For example, if you click this button, it will nothing happens. Okay, it will nothing happens. You just get this homepage done. You can customize it. Let me show you how we can do that. For example, if you need to customize anything here, so if you need to customize anything here, for example, which thing, just you need to customize these sections. Okay, what you will do, you will go to the src folder, then inside app you will have page.tsx, and you can see, so this is the hero sections. Hero sections is these sections. If you need to customize anything here, you can just check these sections. If you need to customize your intro section, just click here and press F12. Then this is the introduction sections. You can just replace any text if you need. Okay, so if you need, you can just replace any text and it will be automatically replaces. For example, here, so if we just type something like this, here we will just simply say best seller. Okay, so you can see best seller. Okay, so it's actually completely easy to customize your projects based on your need. Okay, so after doing that, what you will actually do, look, if you click here, it will not working. So we don't have any interactivity here. It's just a static page, and we just give you the template to get started. Okay, so at the beginning, if you just open your readme file, you can see, if you open your readme file, let me open it on preview, and here you can see this is actually a starter file. The features we have here for the admin features here, then tech stack we used. Okay, and this is actually the folder structure we'll have to follow, and the environment setup, we'll have to just set up all of this environment. Then the next thing, okay, so everything is written here. Okay, let's get started with the environment setup. So for this project, actually we'll have to set up Clerk, then we'll have to set up MongoDB, Stripe, Cloudinary. Okay, so let's at the root of this folder directory, we'll have to create a new file, and this file name will be .env.local. okay, something like this. Okay, I just made a mistake. Let me rename it local. Okay, so fine, and here you will simply copy this stuff, simply copy this. Okay, simply copy this and paste it here. Okay, so right now what you will do, you will have to set up a Clerk project and then customize all of this stuff. You need the publishable key, you need secret key, webhook secret. Okay, so for doing that, what you will do, let me show you how you can just set up Clerk for your project. Okay, so at the beginning we'll have to set up Clerk authentication. So for doing that, here we'll take a new tab. Let me close all of this stuff, we don't need that. We'll simply search Clerk. Okay, so Clerk is very easy to use for user authentication and user management. So here what you will do, look, so at the beginning you will go to clerk.com and here if you don't have an account, you must have to create an account here. So let me click this sign in, and here you can choose your own accounts. I have already that, so let me go to one of my accounts. I will just sign in with Google and choose a accounts. Okay, and here after login your accounts, you will have to create a new applications. You will see in this application space, or you can go directly to this dashboard.clerk./ actually apps, and here you will have to create your first applications. Okay, so I have this several for others project, and now let's create a new applications here. You have to simply click this button, then you will just write your application name, for example LMS Pro, okay, something like this, or LMS subscription. Okay, I just rename something like this, and you can see how it will look. So if you want to enable email based authentication, then you will choose email options. If you want Google, then you will have to check mark this. Okay, that means Google. If you want to keep GitHub, you can see here is the option, just toggle this, so GitHub is added, and you can choose any of these authentication system by clicking these options. Okay, just on the options it will work. For example, if you want phone number based authentication, just click here, look, use phone number. I don't use that. Okay, so after then we just choose email, Google and GitHub. You can choose any others. Okay, after then just click this create applications. Okay, so create applications, and here you will choose the package. For example, if you want to use it on Next.js, you will have to follow all of these steps. If you want to choose React, then this is your step. Just choose from these options. Okay, so I will choose Next.js. Then what you will have to do, at first you will have to install Next.js. Simply copy it back to your projects, then open your terminal. Let me take a new tab. Here we'll simply install it. Let me install it. Okay, so you can see it's installing. Within a few seconds it will be completed. Okay, done. After then you will back here. The next thing is that you will have to set up your Clerk keys. Okay, you will have the keys here. So this is actually Next.js Clerk. Okay, you will have to copy this. Okay, you can simply copy this back to your .env.local file. You will have to paste the first two things. Okay, simply mark these two and paste it here. Okay, done. Then we'll need actually webhooks and other stuff. You don't have to customize anything here. You just need to set up the webhook and just replace here. Okay, so then what actually next thing, you will have to update your middleware.ts file. But right now, as we're using Next.js 16, this middleware.ts is replaced by proxy.ts. If you just read the documentation of Next.js, for example, we will go to Next.js docs. Okay, or you can go to the blog sections. You will see in Next.js 16 you will have the replacement. So here the replacement is, let me just show you where is the thing. Let me read it. Okay, and here this is the proxy. So middleware replaced by proxy.ts. Okay, so that means instead of this middleware.ts, you will have to create a proxy.ts. Okay, so let me go back to the code editor, and here on your root directory, if you are using src, then you can have to keep it on src directory. Okay, so keep your proxy.ts inside this src directory. Simply just choose this src, then click this create file proxy.ts, and inside this you can have to simply just copy this, paste it here. Okay, so paste it here. We need to do some customization. We will do within a few seconds, but after then actually the last thing is that you will have to add the Clerk provider on your applications by following this way. You can see Clerk provider, Okay, so let me just choose it. Here we will go to the app, then layout.tsx, and here we will simply use it. Okay, so for doing this, let me cart it. We'll have to provide Clerk provider. Okay, and inside this we'll paste the things. Let me import this Clerk provider at the beginning. Okay, so Clerk provider is added. You can see it's from actually Clerk / nextjs, and you will see it's actually perfect. Okay, Clerk / nextjs. Okay, so after this, what next? You can just continue utilizing this guide, or you can have the options to go to the configuration settings. So here you can go to the configuration settings and you can customize anything from here. So if you need any customs things, so next we'll have the thing, we'll also have to just replace this. Okay, so Clerk webhook secret. So how you can just generate a secret? To generate a secret, actually here under this you can see this is the API keys, and after then you will have updates and webhooks. Here is the webhooks. Okay, so just click here, then you will have to set up a endpoint, and for this actually here you can simply add endpoints. You can see a example. You can just go start with SVX, something like this. Okay, you can play with it, or you can just write your own endpoints. What you will do here, you will have to simply follow this way. We will have at the beginning, let me define, we will have localhost at the beginning. We'll copy this URL, then we will just back to here. Let me close this, we don't need that. We'll have to paste it here. After this localhost 3000, we'll have API / webhooks / Clerk, something like this. Okay, so then here we will just choose email created, and then choose, here is some sessions. So user created, update, deletes. Okay, so I will just check mark this, and after then the thing is that you will have to create a actually endpoints. Okay, so let me create it, and you can see this is your actual webhooks URL, and you will see this is actually the secret. Okay, the signing secret. So what you will do, you will just click here, the check mark, you will copy this. Okay, simply this signing secret back to here and replace it here. Okay, so it's as simple as it is. Okay, you will have to replace all of this stuff. Now it's okay, you don't have to customize it, it will work definitely as we need. Okay, so after doing that, we'll go back to the proxy.ts, and here we'll have to configure a little bit. So what will actually configure? So to understand this, you can go to the Clerk documentations. So for example, let me go to the clerks.com, and from here you will have docs and choose this Next.js. And here if you just scroll at the end, you will see how to actually protect a specific route. So for doing that, you will go to these sections, protect a specific route sections. You will have these. Okay, so simply click here, and now you can see, so this is actually what I have right now. Okay, I have right now. Next thing is that to protect routes, actually you will have to follow these customizations. Simply copy this is protected routes, so simply copy this line and back to here and keep it at the top of the default method. Okay, something like this. Okay, so after doing that, here you will have to import it. So let me import. So it will be import from at the /Clerk / Next.js server. Okay, so it's done. And after then, what you'll do, you will go a little bit down, and you can see you will have to choose this way. Okay, so simply copy these sections, or you can just copy entirely these sections. Look, you can especially just copy this and replace your proxy.ts. It will automatically configure. You don't have to customize anything here. Okay, so look, it's actually is protected route. So route will match with this endpoint. For example, it will check all the dashboard endpoint, and if you need more customizations, it will add admin here. So it will also check all the admin endpoints, and after then, if the user is not authenticated, it will just go to the login page, and then it's everything. So just simply keep this. I just copy it from here. You can just copy this from the source code. It's up to you. After completing this proxy.ts file, what you will do, you need to define custom authentication page. For example, look, what if it's happened, if we have a protected routes. For example, here in this app folder, we can have a protected route. So that would be, let me do something like this. We'll have a route group for dashboard. Okay, and inside it, actually inside these route groups, we can have for example, admin route. Okay, admin, and inside this admin route, we will have page.tsx. Okay, something like this. We'll have rafce react arrow functional component, rafce react arrow functional component. If you're not able to get the shortcuts, you will have to install a extension that is actually es7. So extension, you can just choose this React Redux extension. So this is the shortcut extension. You can just trust it. Okay, and now back to here, simply type rfc reactor functional component, and a page component is created here, and you just say this will be, for example, admin page. Okay, so let me export this. Okay, after doing that, so it's actually admin page. So now you can see I just create a route for admin page, and if you back to here, if you back to your localhost 3000, and now if you click /admin, click here, you can see it's redirecting to a sign in page. Okay, so right now that means our Clerk authentication is working. It's redirecting. It cannot give you the access to the admin page, because so here you can see you have the rules. Look, here you have the rules. Inside this proxy.ts file, we'll have written the rule. If it's actually protected routes and our routes into it /dashboard or /admin, it will check the authenticated user, and if the user is not authenticated, that means it doesn't receive the request, then it will just protect the auth. Okay, so by following this way, you cannot just go to your admin dashboard without the proper user authentication system. Okay, so now how to fix it? Actually, look, we'll have to create custom routes for this actually. So here inside this docs, if you just check a little bit down, or let me just show you. So for the custom docs, you can go to the get started page, and then you can see add custom sign in or sign up page. Okay, so you will have add custom sign in and sign up page. You can go to these sections, and here what you will have to do, inside your applications or app folder, you will have this. Okay, simply copy this, just copy the file's name back to your code editor, and inside this app, actually what you will do, you can simply just create a new file and paste your copied snippet, paste it here, and inside these, actually what you will do, inside this sign in page, you will have to make a page for it. rafce react arrow functional component, we will write this name. So this will be sign in page. Okay, something like this. Okay, then it will receive a source param. Okay, so SEARC source params. Okay, and it will be asynchronous, so that's why async. And after then actually we'll have to just rename the types. So we'll have something like this. So we'll define search param, it will redirect URL, and inside this search param we'll have redirect URL, and redirect URL will be a string format. Okay, after after these curly braces we can simply say we'll have params, params params, and we'll use await and then get the search param. After then what you will have to do, we'll have to define redirect URL. Our redirect URL will be something like this, params redirect URL, or we'll define a default redirect URL that is actually the dashboard page. Okay, then inside these actually we'll have to design our sign in page. So here what we'll do, we'll have class name, we'll write Tailwind CSS classes here, sorry, not children, it will have class name, and we will say our class name will be by default flex. We'll add a minimum height of screen size. Okay, then it will have items center, justify centers, then we can have some background. So background linear to actually right. After then you will have a from color, that is actually we can have gray 50 or something like this, and it will be to gray 100. Okay, so this is the colors, and inside it actually we'll have to use sign in. Okay, so sign in button, so from actually Clerk. So that's why we'll just import a component, so sign sign in. Okay, sign in will came from actually Clerk / next. So you can see this is coming from Clerk / next, and it will be self closing. Inside it actually you can have to provide some information. For example, you will have the sign up URL, sign up URL, and this sign up URL will be / sign up. Then it will have the when your sign in actually completed. So after sign in URL, okay, signed in URL, we'll just redirect it, and lastly we will have redirect URL. So redirect URL, it will be redirect. Okay, so we'll have this thing, and for the appearance we'll have to add some styling. For example, we will have to apply appearance to add some styling to this button, and here we'll have, for example, so this is all about the component styling given by Clerk. You will have elements, so inside these elements we'll have some styling. For example, from button primary, and we'll have this type of styling. So here we can simply say we'll have to use the custom styling. We will have busy blue 600. So this is the background of our card. Then when someone hover, it will be busy blue 700. Okay, and then the text will be white. Let me check how it's actually looking right now. You can have something like this, you will have something like this. Okay, so it's almost done. We can just do a more customizations options here. We can simply say it will be text small size, sm size, and then normal case. Okay, normal case, and this is actually the one styling. Then we can have another styling for the card, and we can say the card will be some shadow. You can see right now we don't have any shadow. We will just add shadow. Yes, is a DOW shadow, and the shadow size will be XL. Okay, something like this. Right now we can see if I just reload it, you will see something like this. Okay, your sign in page is perfectly working. If I want to show you again, for example, you are right now on localhost 3000. If you want to go to the dashboard page or admin page, you will have this at the beginning. That means you will have to log in your accounts. Okay, so you can just choose any of this, accounts. Okay, so I think it's okay, but now we'll have to design the sign up page. So our sign up page is right now not accessible. So to design this sign up page, here you can see you will have the same thing for custom sign up page. Add custom sign up page, you will have to create a page. Just copy these sections and back to your code. Here we'll just click this app, create new file, paste it here. Okay, and we'll do the same thing. We'll have to copy the sign in page, paste it here, and we'll just rename it. For example, we'll just rename it as sign up page. So we can simply say this is actually sign. Let me edit, we'll just make it sign up page. Okay, let me export it, and right now instead of sign in we'll have sign up. Okay, component from actually Clerk, and here we'll have the customizations. The customization is this will be sign in URL. Okay, sign in URL, and done. So your sign up page and sign in page is completely done. You can see this is your sign up page, and if you go to the sign in page, SIGN sign in page, you will have this sign in page. Okay, so you can see right now, click here, okay, perfectly your sign up page and sign in page is completely working. Okay, so now you will have to just sign up a user, and then you need to save the user information to the database. So that's why we'll have to go to the next step. We'll have to just set up a MongoDB URL. We're going to use MongoDB to store our data. So that's why next step we'll have to set up MongoDB, and then we'll just go more further. Okay, so now let's set up MongoDB. So for doing that, let me close this. We can have all of this stuff. Let me close also this one and take a new tab. We will search MongoDB. Okay, so MongoDB, and go to mongodb.com. This is the official website of MongoDB. At first you need to get started, or if you have an account, you will have to log in that. So let me sign in, and let me choose my accounts. So for example, I will go to this account, and within a few seconds it will be just redirecting. Wait until it's complete. Okay, so you are on the overview page. So you can go to the MongoDB at last, so these icons. So after then you will just see all the project you have listed. If you are using a new accounts, you will haven't any project, or just simply just click this create a new project. You will have to choose your project name. For example, LMS subscription. Okay, then you will just click this next, then create project. So now after then you will have to create a cluster. To create a cluster, simply click this, then you will have to choose a plan. I will go with the free plans. Then you can customize your cluster name, or you can just keep it as it is. Okay, you can just do the same name here, SUBSCRIP Sean. Okay, something like this. Then choose a provider, it's AWS, and choose the region, the nearest region you have. Okay, it's up to you. After then simply create deployment button, click here. Okay, so your cluster is creating. You will have to copy this username and password. You can customize it. For example, if you need to set it actually admin, something like this. Okay, it's up to you how you can just organize it. Let me keep it for example here, let me comment it username and password. So it's very important. You can use your custom password here if you want. Okay, after then simply create a database user. Okay, so after then choose a connection method. So we are going to use it on actually Mongoose, so that's why choose Mongoose, and you will have to install Mongoose on your projects. Let me open the terminal and install Mongoose. Okay, I have already that. After then you will have the URL. So this is the URL you will need. So simply copy this URL back to your env file and replace it here. Okay, so you can just use a double quotation. Okay, fine. And to just give the database name, here you can see you will have / and a question mark. Inside it you can just write your database name. For example, we're going to work with LMS, so that's a LMS subscription. So you will just write your database name here. Okay, so after then what you can do, so after copying it, we will back to the website and click this done button. Here we'll have to do other setup. For example, you need to give network access. So how you can do that? So to do that, here inside this database and network access, back to this point, and you can see this is your admin. You can add another admin if you want, or you can go to the IP access list. Okay, here your current IP address is here. You can add a new IP address, allow access from anywhere and confirm. Okay, so this will give you a little bit flexibility. And then we have already completed this stuff. It's actually in pending. Within a few seconds it will be active. So next what you will have to do, back to the code editor. Here you will simply copy this, and then you will just install MongoDB Compass. So this will help you to monitor the data instead of the browsers. Here you will add a new connection. So I have already a connections. You can just click this plus icon, then paste your URL, and right now you can just customize the name. You can choose a colors. For example, I will use blue colors, and then save and connect. Okay, so now you can monitor your project from here. You can see this is the project you have created and connected it to the Compass, so that you can just monitor it from here. Okay, so we have done. We can just close this tab, and now back to our code. We will have to write configuration for the way how you can connect your project to MongoDB. Okay, so for doing this, let me close all of this stuff, and inside this src we'll create a new folder. Inside this src we'll create a new folder. Okay, so our folder name could be, for example, leaves folder or something like this. Okay, here we'll keep all reusable code, and inside this, for example, we can have a mongodb.ts file, and inside this we will write how we connect MongoDB in our projects. Okay, so you can have to follow the same step I am just doing. So at the beginning we will have to import Mongoose, so that we can connect it to MongoDB and manage models. Let me import Mongoose. From Mongoose, then we will have to just define a variable that is actually const MongoDB underscore URL. Okay, so URL or URI string, so something like this. And right now you can see your MongoDB URI string inside this env.local. So this is actually the link. Okay, so we will simply copy this variable name, and back to here we will simply define process dot env dot and MongoDB URI. Okay, so after doing this, actually using this URL we can load MongoDB connection string to our .env file or from our env file, and it's needed for Mongoose to know which database to connect. Okay, so after then if what happened if we don't have MongoDB URI string on env.local file, we can just check if logic here, if logic, if not MongoDB URI string, then we'll throw an error. So that is actually throw new error, and our error will be something like this. So MongoDB URI is not defined. After then, what you can have to do, look, after then actually we need to create a TypeScript interface for our cache object. Okay, so how you can do that? To define this here, we'll just type interface, and then we will just write our interface name. For example, Mongoose, MonGWS Mongoose cache. Okay, cache. And here to write interface, you will have curly braces, and inside it will have two properties. Okay, so the first one is actually con, con. It's actually for the active Mongoose connections. Okay, so here we will define the type of Mongoose, and where if the connection is not available, you will define null. And the another thing is that we'll have a promise here, here, and we'll define the promise return when the when connecting, because the connection is asynchronous, so that's why we'll use promise here. Okay, so it's a asynchronous process, so that's why we'll define promise, and we'll define the type of Mongoose here, as well as type of Mongoose here. Otherwise it will be null if there is no connections available. Okay, so this is the interface, and this will align to reuse a single database connections. So after doing that, what you will have to do, we'll have to just extend Node.js global object to include a new properties. So that's why here we'll simply say declare. Okay, we'll declare a global variable. Okay, and this will be something like this. We'll have var, we'll have Mongoose, and we'll say it will use Mongoose cache var undefined. Okay, if the Mongoose cache is unavailable, it will be undefined. Okay, so what actually it will do, we are going to extend the Node.js global object to include a new property that is actually global.mongoose here, and this will let us store the cached connection in memory even after hot reload. Without this, Next.js would create multiple database connections, so that's why to avoid that, we'll just declare a variable here. So after doing that, what you will do, so we'll just define a variable, so that will be let, and our variable name will be cached. Okay, and here we will say this will be global.mongoose global object. So this is actually this global object, so global object, and inside this global object we will have the properties of Mongoose. So MonGWS Mongoose, or we can just define manually. If this is actually not there, we can just create an empty cache object. So something like this, connect will be null, so this is actually empty cache object, and promise will be null. Okay, something like this. And if you want, you can just define the interface here. So the interface is the same interface, Mongoose cache. Okay, so now it's perfectly working. So by defining this variable, it will actually check if a cached connection already exists in Mongoose in actually global.cache, then we will reuse it. Let me say again, so by using this variable, we can just try to know that if we have already a existing connection by using global.mongoose. Otherwise we will define a empty object, there is no connections and there is no promise return. Okay, so to prevent the database duplications, what you will do to prevent the database duplications, here we'll have to check it. Let me check it. If we will just add a condition here, if not global dot mongoose, MonGWS mongoose, what you will do, we can simply say global mongoose, so moose equal cache. So that means here this is the first time the code runs, we initialize the global mongoose and after then the cache survive across all the imports and hot reload. Okay, so then the main thing, we'll have to write a function. So we can have asynchronous function. We will have the function keyword, and let me rename the function name. For example, our function name will be connectdb, connect db, and this will just receive nothing. Okay, and from here actually what you will do, at first it will check the cache connection. So it will actually check the cache connection. If cached dot connection, then simply say returned cache connections. Otherwise here what you will do, so if not cached promise, if there is no cache promise, what will happen, we can have to define a options. So we'll have const opts options, and this will be a object, and inside this you will have buffer commands false. Okay, then after defining these options, you will simply just define cached dot promise, and we will say mongoose dot connect, and we're going to connect mongoose. So that's why we'll have MongoDB URI. Then after then we'll define comma, and we'll pass the options here. Okay, so here you see this is an warning or error. It's actually for, we'll have to say it's a string. You can just assign a null operator here, not a null operator here. Then the error has gone. Then we can just simply say then, and we'll say, sorry, this will be then, and we'll say we'll have MONGWAC mongoose, and then we'll have the thing, will curly braces, and we'll return the mongoose. Okay, so after doing this, what actually happening, so let me explain it. So here we are actually creating a asynchronous function, so to connect to the database using mongoose instance, and this file will call when we need a database connections, and inside these actually we will have a if block. So these if blocks check if a connection is already exist, we will instantly return from it. If it's actually exist, we will return from it. Otherwise this prevent opening a new connection every time when you call APIs. Okay, so that means it will prevent duplicate connections. And next thing is that we'll check if we don't have already a promise using this mongoose.connect, then we'll prepare to create a new connections, and we'll define some options, the buffer false, and this is actually preventing mongoose buffering commands before the connection is ready. Okay, so after then we'll have cache.promise. So we'll call mongoose to connect to your database, and then store a promise. And here not, it's a actually type safety that will define MongoDB URI is obviously just define on your .env file. Once the connection is finished, it will return the instance of mongoose. Okay, and the next thing is that after this if block we'll have a try case. Okay, we'll have a try case, and inside this try we can simply say, so cached dot connect, and we'll say it will be await, and we'll just return cache dot promise. Okay, from here. Otherwise if there any error happen, what you will do, you can simply define cached dot promise equal null, and we'll throw the error. Okay, and finally if everything done, what you can do, if everything done, we can return connections. Okay, cached connections, and finally we can export the functions. So export default connect MongoDB. Okay, so we are already done, but if you want, you can just define a return type from here. So to do that, we can have promise. So this is actually for type safety, and we can say this will be type of Mongoose. Okay, so our connection is completed. Whenever you call this function connectdb, it will automatically check if there is any available connections, MongoDB connections. If not, then it will create a new connection and it will actually work with your database. Okay, so I hope you understand this process. And after doing that, what you will have to do after creating the connections, we'll have to just create some models. For example, we need user models at the beginning. So how you can do that? So let me create a new model, and here on this src folder you can just define a new folder that is actually for models, and here in this models folder we can have a model for users. So that's why we'll create a new file. This will be user.ts. okay, and now at first let me import Mongoose. Then we need to create a schema, but before that let me define a interface. Okay, so we'll have export, then we'll have interface. Our interface name will be iUser interface. Okay, iUser interface, and we'll extends it to the document of Mongoose document. So let me import it from Mongoose, and then we'll have curly braces. We'll say at the beginning we'll have Clerk ID. So we're using Clerk, so that's why we want to store this value in database. So we'll have Clerk ID, and this will be string. Then we can store email. Okay, so email will be string format. Then we can have first name. Okay, first name will be string format. Last name will be string format. Okay, now we can have image URL. Okay, so image URL, and this image URL will be string format. Then we'll have created at date format, updated at date format. Okay, so this is the interface we're going to use to create a schema. So now let's create a schema. For this we'll have the schema name, that is actually user schema, schema. And now here we'll call new schema, schema. So schema will be imported from Mongoose, and here we'll have something like this. We'll have objects here. Okay, let me define the type of this schema. For example, the schema type will be here. Let me define the type. So schema type will be schema, and here we'll define iUser type. Okay, iUser type. Now here you will get the suggestions. For example, at the beginning we'll have Clerk. Okay, Clerk ID, and here we will have something like this. We'll define the type is string, then it's actually required field, and we'll define the value of Clerk ID will be unique every time, and we'll just make it indexing. So that's why we'll just search our user by using this ID. Okay, so after then what you can do, after then we can have to work with email field, and here we'll simply say type string, and we'll make it required. So required, our email field is required whenever you just create a new user. Then we'll say we'll make the email unique true. Okay, so that using the same email, no duplicate person create accounts. Okay, and after then we'll also indexing it. Okay, we'll simply index true. Okay, so let me format this code a little bit, and after then what you will do, so this field is done. Then we'll have first name. Okay, first name will be, we can simply say type is string. Then we'll have last name, and as we're using TypeScript, it's suggesting me, so we'll have string last name. Then we'll have image URL. Okay, we'll have image URL, and that will be type string. Okay, so we don't need to create an update inside this because we can use options here. So we can simply add options like acknowledge. Okay, here we'll have a comma, then curly braces, and inside it we'll have timestamp true. That means every users documents will created with a created and updated at. So after completing this, what you will do, you will have to create a model. Okay, so for doing this, here we can have the model name, so that is actually user, and here we will call mongoose dot models dot user. So if already have a user collections, then it will return from here, or it will actually create a new model, so that will be mongoose dot model. Then we will have to define our model name. Here we'll use a singular name, so user, and then you will pass your user schema. Okay, so you can just define the type of it here, so angle bracket, and inside it will have I user. Okay, so and finally, if you want to define also the type, you will have the model, model model, and we'll say this will be I user model. Okay, so models will have to import it. Let me import. We'll have to import it from actually Mongoose. Okay, so the error has gone, and finally after doing that, you will have to export our user. Okay, export default user. So our user model is done. So right now we will have our MongoDB connections, we'll have our model created. Now we can have to work with authentications. Okay, so for doing this, actually as we are using webhooks, we will just sync our database with the Clerk. Okay, so that's the same user only create one accounts, not duplicate user accounts created in database. Okay, so that's why what you will do after completing all of this stuff, here you will go to the docs again of Clerk. So docs of Clerk. Okay, here what you will do, you will go to, for example, go to the guide sections, and if you just scroll a little bit, you will find the reference how you can use webhooks to sync your database and your interconnections. So let me go to, where is it, so this is actually webhooks, and you can just read the overview and you can scroll it, but the thing is that you will have to go to sync data to your database sections. Okay, so here you will have the documentations, or so you can sync data with webhooks, these sections. Okay, so how to sync, okay, Clerk data. So for doing this, here you can see set up webhooks env file, then you will have to create API routes. Okay, so this will be the exactly the same thing, API webhooks and route.ts. Okay, API webhooks and route.ts, copy it and back to your code. We'll have inside this app folder, we'll have a new folder that is actually API, and inside this API folder we'll have to create a new file and simply copy this thing. Okay, copy this thing inside this API folder. Let me, this will be the folder name and this is actually the file name, but if you do this, it will not work. Why it will not work? So it will actually not work because here we will have a customization. Look, whenever we set up this endpoint, you will have C API, then webhooks, then Clerk. Okay, so that's why we will have at the beginning API folder, then webhooks folder, then Clerk folder, then our route.ts. Okay, I hope you understand. So this will not work for, because we are just customizing this endpoint. We'll have to mess with this endpoint at first API folder, then webhooks folder, then Clerk folder. Okay, so you can see API folder, webhooks folder, and inside this webhook folder we don't keep this, we will have to keep a new folder that is actually for Clerk. Okay, so Clerk, inside this Clerk folder we'll keep this route.ts. Okay, so move it here. So right now you'll see this is the exact way, API webhooks Clerk, and inside this Clerk we'll have route.ts. So here you can see what you will do, you will have to do a post request by doing this way. So you will have export async function and it will be a post request. Okay, So let me something like this. We'll have to do this way. Okay, so here we'll export, then async asy is the async, then we'll have function. Okay, and we'll have the function name, so that will be a post request, so that's why post request. And inside these actually our param will be request. Okay, and the type will be request type. Okay, so our type will be request type, request request type. Okay, so exactly the same thing. Look, we'll have exactly the same thing that is here. Okay, so exactly the same thing that is here. So after inside it, we'll have to get the sbix header. So sbix header will came from here. Look, whenever you're just creating a endpoint, you will have the options. So that's why we'll get the headers from here. It's actually sbx headers. Okay, so to get the headers, what you will do here, at first let me define, we can have a comments, we can just say get sbix headers. Okay, now we can have, for example, const will have header is a header, payload will have await, and we'll call the headers. Okay, so headers will have to import it. So let me import it from actual next headers. Okay, so after then what you will do here, we'll have to get the sbix id. So from this header, so we'll simply say const sbix underscore id, and we will get the id from headers payload dot get method, and this will be the same name sbx id. Then we can have also get the timestamp and signature. Okay, so we can just accept this. Okay, so we need a timestamp. It will also get from this sbix timestamp. You will have a sbix signatures that will come from these signature options. And if this is not coming, we can just return a error. So that error will say, so you can just customize it something like this, missing sbix, so headers. Okay, and we'll return a status of 400. Okay, so but if you get the sbx id or other stuff, you can just get the information from here. For example, we'll have parse the body. What you will have to do, you can have const will have payload, and you will get await request .json format. You will get the data in JSON format, and after then we will just get the body by converting this payload to a stringify format. Okay, so that's why we will say this will be body, and we will have json dot stringify, and we will pass our payload here. Okay, so something like this. After then what we can do, so we need to verify our webhook. So we can simply say verify webhook. Okay, so how to do this? So at the beginning we need the webhook secret. We can simply say, so webhook is secret, and our secret will come from process. So process dot env, and we'll have to provide the secret. So let me go back to the env.local file. Here we'll have Clerk webhook secret, copy it and paste it here. Okay, so after then we'll check if the webhook secret is not defined. So that's why if webhook secret is not defined, what you will do, you will have to throw an error. It's as simple as we are doing. So we'll return an error and say missing webhook secret. Okay, with a status of 500. But what if you have this secret, then you will have to create a new webhook. Okay, so for doing this we can simply say const w is for in short of webhook. We'll call new instance, and we say webhook swk hook, and our webhook will import it from sbix. Okay, let me import it, and inside this we'll have to pass our webhook secret. Okay, so right now we will create a webhook secret, and here we need to count the event. So that's why we will define a let variable, and we will just need to calculate a event. So that's why we will define evt, that means in short of event, and our event type will be webhook event. Okay, webhook event. So we need to import this type. So how it will come, so let me just back here, and we'll say it's actually from import webhook event from Next.js server, Clerk @Next.js server. Okay, so you will have to import from this. Okay, @Clerk /Next.js /server. Okay, after doing that, what you will have to do, so this is a let variable. So here we will simply take a try case, and inside this we will, at the beginning, we'll call our database. We can simply wait and call our database. So connect.db, our database name is connect.db. Okay, so this is the database. So we are just creating a connections to the database, and after then we will just find our user and return it. So for doing this, what you will have to do, we'll have a wait, we'll call the user model. So user model, it will come from the model / users. Then we can simply find one and update. Here we'll have to pass the following information. At first we'll have to pass Clerk ID, and Clerk ID will come from actually ID. Then we'll have to pass other informations. Okay, so we'll have comma, and we'll have options, and here the ID is not defined. Why this is actually not defined? Okay, so this is actually not defined because to get this ID, let me do a thing. We'll just cut this try-catch block. At first we'll check the type. If here event type, event type. Okay, then we'll have a try catch block here, and now what we'll do, we will just define event variable, and we'll call webhooks dot verify method, and now we'll verify the body. So if the information is correct, then here what you will have to do, you will have to pass some options, and we'll pass the options like SBIX ID, and this will be a SBIX ID is timestamp and signature, and all of these stuff as webhook event. Okay, something like this. So the error has gone, and if any error happened, we'll simply return new response, and we will say invalid webhook signature. Okay, so this is actually verify the event we are just getting from actually this. Okay, so after doing that, what next? We need to handle specific events. So that's why here we'll have to add handle specific events. Okay, so how we can do that? We can have to check if conditions. We'll have to check the event type, but before that let me define the event types. So let me, here we'll have const, we'll have event type, event type, and our event type will become from evt.type. Okay, so this is the event type we will receive from here, and inside it actually we will check the type. So our event type if is equal user created. Okay, user dot created. From where it is actually coming? So it's actually coming from when we are working with the events. So when you are working with the endpoints you created, so that is the same thing. You will see the catalog probably. Okay, so user created, and here you can see, so user created. Okay, so if the event type is this type, okay, so then what you will do, if the event type is this type, or you can have options, event type user updated, event type equal user updated. Okay, so here what we will do, you will have a conditions, we will get DS structure ID, email address from the event data. Okay, so email, let me just define it. Here we'll have event evt dot data. Okay, so now what you will destructure, at first we'll destructure the ID, then we'll have email address, then we will have first name, then we will receive last name and image. Okay, so image underscore URL. Okay, so we'll just destructure all of this information we needed. After this line we'll have a try case, and say what you will do, we will connect with our database. So await, so connect connect database. Okay, after connecting this database, what you need, you will have to find the user and update the information. So we will have, so await, we will call the user model dot find one and update, and here we'll pass how to find. We'll just find user by Clerk ID, so that's why we'll have Clerk ID, and we'll pass this ID, so from actually event. And after then, so at first we'll just find user by the ID, and then we'll just say what data to replace here or update. So the updated data will inside this block, we will update, for example, Clerk ID, and the Clerk ID will be our new ID. Then we will have to update the email information. So email will be, for example, email addresses, it's an array, we will just get the first email, then inside this element we'll have email address. After then we will simply get the first name, and first name will be the above first name from actually event data, then last name and image URL. Okay, after completing this we will have to define another options, and we will say observe true. So observe true and new true. Okay, so every time each will just update the user information if anything's changed. Okay, so otherwise we'll have to catch the error, we'll simply return, so response error update user data, or error syncing users, or you can just customize this error syncing users to database. And finally what you will do, finally we can have to return a response. So return a response will be new response p response, and we'll say our response will be webhook processed, webhook received or something, RECEIVD received, and its status will be 200. So webhook is created. Right now we can just authenticate our user and check if the user is created or not on our database. Okay, right now if you back here and if you refresh, so nothing happens. But if you back to here and create a new accounts, for example, let me sign up with an accounts, you can go to sign up, let me choose the Google. Okay, now let me choose these accounts. Okay, choose your accounts, continue. Okay, so failed, the page is does not found because dashboard is not created. But if you check your Clerk, if you just go to this users tab, you will see this is the user we just created, and it's right now created. And if you but back to your database and reload, or if you refresh here, nothing happened yet. What's actually going? Look, here we'll have user created, and if you check your website, you can just go to dashboard page or admin page. It's actually accessible. So it's accessible because you already have created user. If there is no user authenticated, then you cannot access this dashboard or admin page, because these are the protected routes. So you can see here on this proxy.ts, you have these routes are protected. Okay, so without available of the user, you cannot access this. But why our database is not creating any accounts? Okay, let me fix these issues. So to just check it, go back to the Clerk dashboard, and if you go to configure, and here if you check webhooks, maybe here is the culprit. Okay, so go to the webhook sections, and here you see here is the webhook URL. Go there, and you see the event is failed, user created, user deleted. So all of these web hooks are failed. So that's why actually the database is not creating user. So this is the main reason why actually the database has no user. So we'll have to fix this problem. Look, the problem is here we are using a localhost URL. It's actually not a public domain. So whenever you are going to work with webhooks, you need a public website URL or web URL. Then you will have to replace this string. So what you can do that right now, the best way is that you can just host your code to a GitHub repository, then just deploy it on any platform. You can use Vercel or Render or somewhat other places. So then replace this URL of this localhost 3000. So let's do that. So for doing that, let me take a GitHub website. Then we'll have to create a new repository. So from this arrow, you will have to choose the new repository, and then what you will do, you will have to provide a repository name. Let me define LMS. So subscription, for example, Next.js project. Okay, something like this. You can just write any name here, then create repository. Okay, so after doing that, you will have to git init, git add, and all of this command. But before that, here you will have to do one thing. Open the terminal and take a new terminal. Before we just push our code to GitHub, you must have to check if there are any error on your project. So how you can check it? You can simply command npm run build. Okay, by using this command, you can get is there any error happening on your project. So you must have to check this before you push your code on GitHub repository. Okay, so let me command this. Look, it's optimizing and everything is fine. So there is no error. If there is no error, then you can just host your project to GitHub repository. At the beginning, let me git init. So let me git init. Then we will have the second command, that is actually git add. So they are adding only the readme file. We will just add entire file. So that's why we will simply copy git add here. And then we'll define a dot means actually we're going to add everything to our GitHub repository. Okay, so after then you can simply copy the last 4 command by pressing Ctrl+C back to here and paste here. Okay, then simply press enter. Okay, so whenever writing object 100%, that means this repository already have your code. So right now you will have all of this code stuff. So after doing that, what next? You can have to go to either a platform. I love Vercel, so that's why go to vercel.com, or you can search Vercel. Then this is vercel.com, and from here it will redirect to the dashboard page. If you have an account, you will just simply go to dashboard. So right now you will create a new repository, new project. So here you can see after coming to the dashboard sections, you will click this create new, choose project, and you will choose your GitHub repository. So it's right now created, and we'll just import this. Here you don't need to customize anything, just this environment variables. So what environment variables? You will have these here. Okay, so if you just check env.local, this folder, we don't need to add everything right now. We'll simply just this one and all of this for stuff and MongoDB. Okay, so what you can do, simply copy from these sections. Okay, we'll copy until this MongoDB URI, copy it and back to here, paste it here. Okay, so right now here we have next public app URL. So Clerk publishable key, Clerk secret key, Clerk webhook secret, Clerk public sign in URL, sign up URL. So after redirection of sign in and sign up and MongoDB URI, you will have to just paste all of this on environment setting and then deploy your project. Okay, it will take a few seconds to complete the process. We'll have to wait, and you will get the summary here inside this build log. You will check your summary here. So look, it's actually working, initializing dependencies and other stuff. Okay, we'll wait few seconds, and if everything works properly, then we will have a live URL. Okay, so successfully if have deployed your projects, and go to the dashboard, and then this is the URL, or this is the public web URL. We need this URL. Let me close all of this stuff. And right now here, if you want to actually for example, let me try to authenticate. Here we'll have, for example, admin page. Go there and it will redirect here. Let me sign in, and before that, let me just came back here. Let me delete this user, so we don't have any user here. And now if you sign in using Gmail accounts, again continue. Okay, you see the admin page, and right now you will see here the user is created. Back to your database, and if you reload, let me disconnect, continue. Oh my god, I don't update the configuration settings, so it's actually not working. Let me update it. So we'll back to the webhooks, and again here you will have to update this URL. So how you can do this? You can simply go to the root URL. So this is the root URL, copy this URL and back to here. We'll have to update this URL. Okay, so let me edit and just update this. We'll have double forward slash, remove it. Okay, now save it. Okay, so after doing that, we will now try again. Okay, so let me delete the user. And again try to access the admin page or dashboard page. So maybe the user is available. Okay, so the user has gone. And now if you just continue, choose your accounts, I think right now this will work. So dashboard page, and now let me check configure, and here, so webhooks, go to your webhooks. Okay, look, this is succeed. That means our user is created. If you go back to the MongoDB compass and now reload, you can see LMS subscriptions users, and your user is created. So this is the Clerk ID, this is your user email, first name, so this is the last name, image URL. That means we are successfully creating user. Okay, so this is the process you can follow to create an users, and whenever you have the users, then it will actually give you the redirection to the admin page, or you can just check with the localhost URL. It's up to you. It's actually no matter. For example, if you now continue with so the same email, it will obviously work. No another issues. Okay, you have seen that we have our user created successfully. And if I want to show you again, so the process is very simple. you are on localhost 3000, and if you just enter, you can see this the home page. Okay, now if you want to get access the admin page or the dashboard page, okay, for example, if you want to get access to the admin page, so it is a protected route, so that's why you will have to create an account on this platform. You can either sign up, or you can easily go with Google authentication system or GitHub authentication system. Let me create an account again so that you can understand all the features is working perfectly. I just click Google, and then let me choose this account. Let me continue, and it will redirect to the admin page. You can see this is the admin page. Okay, fine. So now here you can see that on your users tab, you will just see the event will be count here. If I reload, so look, the event is created again. So this is the time, and if you go to the user sections, you will get the latest user is this one. Okay, so we just created these user accounts, and obviously your database have the users. All right, our authentication system is working perfectly. User can sign in with Clerk, and we are successfully storing them in MongoDB. But before we continue building subscription feature or admin dashboard feature, we need to be sure that the login system works flawlessly, because it's the most important feature and one of the easiest place to introduce hidden bug. If your application contain bugs and user cannot able to log in successfully, then you cannot actually convert that user into sales, or you cannot grow your business if you have any hidden bugs on your authentication system. So to solve these issues or any hidden bugs, actually, as we are a developer, we write test cases and then test our application, find bugs and fix them. And it's a lengthy process. Writing test case manually for authentication is honestly painful, and I hate that approach, writing manual test cases and debugging code and fix that line by line. That's why for this project I am using something new that's actually making my workflow very cleaner. It's actually TestSprite. It's a modern AI tool that installs directly inside your IDE and automatically generate test cases, run it, and even fix your bugs as you build. So let me give you a quick overview what TestSprite offers and how you can integrate it into your project. You will be surprised that TestSprite ranks #1 on Product Hunt, and its new MCP server to help you reach over 90% accuracy with fully automated test-driven development. It supports comprehensive testing for both front-end and back-end applications, from UI flows to API integration and security validation. As you code, TestSprite reads your product requirements, builds a smart test plan, writes the test code, runs it, catches failures, and send results straight back to your coding agent, ready for a fix. No tap switching, no guesswork, just fast, intelligent validation. Nowadays, TestSprite MCP works perfectly in real projects and achieves 93% accuracy, clear, fast, and ready for production. It's testing 10x faster and completes the entire testing cycle in minutes. So you don't have to wait for hours or days. Instead, you can ship with confidence without manual QA work. And the best part, you can use TestSprite for free. So let's see how you can get started with. Okay, so now let's start it how to integrate TestSprite on your project. So at the beginning, you will take a new tab, simply search TestSprite. Okay, so at the beginning you will find this official website. You will go to this website. I will provide the link in the video description so you can check that. And here what you will do, at first you need to go to the docs page, and here you will have the introduction page, but we need to go to the installation page. Okay, so here is the installation documents. You can read it. It's very simple to integrate with your IDE. At first you need a compatible IDE. That means you can work with Visual Studio Code, Cursor, Terra, and others code editor. Then you can have to create an account. So here you can simply press and control click here, so it will redirect to the sign up page. You will have to provide your email, password, and then continue. Okay, or you can just go with Google or continue with GitHub. It's up to you. Let me continue with Google. Here I will choose this account. You can choose any of your accounts. So let me continue. Then you will redirect to the dashboard page. So let me close it. And after then what you will do, if you just read the documents, you can see you need to generate a API key. So how you can generate API key? Here you can see under this menu API keys, you can create a new API key. Simply type the name of your projects here. So for example, it's LMS subscription. Okay, then click this create button, then you will have a API key. Just copy it and close it. Okay, the next thing what you will have to do after doing that, for the installation process, you can choose code editor. Okay, so here you have Terra, Cursor, Cloud Code, Visual Studio Code, and other IDE. I'm using a Cursor, so that's why the process is you will have to go to this one click installation link. So let me press Ctrl and click here. It will open on Cursor, and here you will have to paste your API key and then install. It's very easy to set up, and it will configure all the 7 available tools. It's actually for testing purpose. So everything is done. You can just close everything, and right now you can test your projects. So for testing it, at the beginning what you will do, you will simply run your project, npm run dev. Okay, so our project is running. Then we will simply press Ctrl and L. Here you will write something like this: generate test for user authentication with TestSprite. Okay, so then you will have to click this icon. It will just read your code and then create a test case for you. Then you will have to run it. Now you will have to fill up these testing configurations. So here you can choose the mode you want to work with, front end or back end test. So you can just toggle it. I choose backend. Then the scope will be, would you like to run the entire code base or the specific code sections? So we keep actually code base here. Now the authentications purpose. So here you can choose basic username password based authentications, bare secure token based authentications, or no authentications required. It's up to you. So then here your local environment, so this will be the default 3000, and then you need to upload a PRD documents. So you can upload your readme file or spec.md file. It's up to you. Okay, so for here actually you can just upload any of this file. It will works for the product requirement file. Let me upload one. This is our projects. Here we can simply drag this and drop it here. Okay, so now we will simply continue and then okay. Okay, fine. So after doing that, here on this MCP test sections, we'll just get our summary here. It's actually processing. Back here you will have to click this run. Let me close this. So it's analyzing your code base and creating the code summary. Then we'll choose this run again. So you can see a folder is created for TestSprite run purpose. It's still summarizing your code. You will have to wait for a few minutes for the first time. Okay, so now it's going to generate front-end test plan. Let me run it. So generating a standard PRD, run it. Testing is running and it's in progress. It will take few minutes to complete all of the whole process, and then you will get the status. Perfect, the test is complete. Now it will give you the report. You can see this is passed, but the two issues we have on our code. Okay, so if you just click here, you can understand what's happening and see here it's actually cannot validate SBIX headers and webhook signature, processing user create and user update events, and sync your user to the database without duplications. Okay, so this is the issues actually it found. Okay, so after then, to fix the issues, here you can simply say please fix the issues based on the test report. Okay, reports, and then wait. It will take few seconds to review the test cases and the reports you have here. So look, it's fixing webhooks test mode to properly handle test signature. Then also fix the sign up page 500 error by creating a error handler and Clerk configuration validation. Then remove unsigned sign in imports from sign up page. Okay, perfect. Now what you can do, you can simply rerun the test to verify all the fixes. Okay, so let me rerun it. Rerun the test. Run. Look, it resolved all the issues. You passed all of these test cases, and right now your code is ready for production without any hidden bugs and errors. Okay, and if you back to your cursor, then you can see a report is already generated for you. You can read it, or you can just move forward and start building your next feature. Okay, perfect. Now we will implement the subscription feature so that the user can purchase our subscription plan by Stripe payment. Okay, so for doing that, at the beginning you will have to create a model for the subscription. Okay, so you will go to the model folder and here create a new file. You will rename it something like this, subscription.ts file. And here as we did previously, we will have to create an interface something like that. Okay, so let me import Mongoose, import Mongoose documents model and schema. Okay, now then we'll have to create an interface. Let me export it. We will have interface, and then the interface name will be iSubscription. Okay, then we'll have to extend it, sorry, not export, extend it with Mongoose documents. And here what you will include, so for this making subscription we will have something like this. We'll have a user ID at the beginning, so we can have user ID, then we can store Clerk user ID. Okay, so Clerk ID, then we have a status. Okay, so a status of the payments, so each will have three stages. At first we'll have pending. Okay, pending, then we will just define either pending or completed. Okay, it could be completed or we can have failed. Okay, we'll have three type of status. Then we will include amount of the subscription, that will be a number. Then currency will be a string. Then we can have Stripe payment intent ID, so Stripe payment intent ID, that will be a string. Then actually Stripe customer ID, Stripe customer ID, we will get all of this stuff from actually Stripe when the person actually successfully payment for the subscription. Okay, Stripe customer ID, and it will be a string, and we'll just make it optional. Okay, we'll make it optional. Then the thing is that we can just store the purchase date. Okay, so that we understand when the user purchased. Okay, we'll store purchase date and activated at, and it will be actually optional. And lastly we will have timestamp, so created at, updated at, and we can include some methods. Okay, so our methods would be something like this, activate, and here it will be a function and it will return nothing, so that's why it will a void function. Okay, and then is active method. Okay, active method, and it will be boolean. Okay, so this is our interface. Now based on this interface we'll have to create our schema. Okay, so after doing that it's very easy. We'll define const subscription subscript subscription schema, and then it will be new schema, and here we'll simply define curly braces. We'll define the type here. For example, the type will be schema type, and here we will define I subscription. Okay, I subscription, perfect. And inside this curly braces we'll provide user ID. It will suggest as I'm using TypeScript. Okay, so here the type will be string, type will be string, or you can just use the exact type of the user, so by using this way. So types schema.types.object id, sorry, schema dot types dot object id type, something like this. Then we will use the reference value ref of user. Then we will have required true, and we don't need to be included. We can have index true. Okay, index true. Now here you see there is a error because the type is changed, so that's why we'll have to change the type also. It will be mongoose dot types dot object id. Okay, something like this. Then here for the Clerk id, what we'll do, we can have something like this. We'll have type string required true, unique true, and indexing true. Okay, so that means we are making it unique because only one user can purchase one subscription, so no dual or multi subscription will be possible by a single person. Okay, after then we will have a status, and here we can have type string, then we will use enum. Okay, when you have some default options we can use enum, and here we'll have all of this. We can have pending, completed, and failed. Then we'll define a default value. So by default every purchase will be in pending stage. Then we'll also index it true. Okay, so we'll just index it true, true. Okay, perfect. After then we can have amount. Okay, we can have amount. So this amount will be by default number type, number type. Then we can have the amount required true, and we will provide a default value because we have a default value of our subscription, so that's why we'll make it $99. Okay, so this is the default value of our subscription. You can see here. Let me close all of this stuff. This is not needed right now. Okay, look, here we'll have the default subscription value, so that's why I came a default value here. And after then the next thing is that we'll have currency, and then the currency will be by default type string, and we'll make it default, and it will be by default USD. Okay, so we'll provide our currency by default USD. Then we'll have Stripe payment intent. Okay, so inside it actually we will have to provide the type, so it will be a string type. Then we'll make it required will be true. Without this you cannot create a subscription. Okay, then we will have unique true, and then index true. Okay, after then we'll have Stripe customer id, and here we can have type string, and we'll make it index true. Okay, then we will just store the purchase date. So purchase date will be by default type date, and here we will simply say the default value will be date.now. Okay, so date.now. after then what you will do, after then we need to store activated at, and here we'll have something like this type date, and we'll also use the timestamp true. Okay, so after doing that we will have compound indexing for quick subscription lookup. So how we can just make that type of quick subscription lookup? Here here, after creating our schema, we'll call our schema, so subscription schema, and then we'll call index, and here we'll provide it's based on actually clerk id, and we'll make it 1, and then we can have a status 1. Okay, so by doing this way, we can make a compound indexing for quite subscription lookup. Then we'll write method to mark payment as complete. So here we'll have methods to mark payment as completed. Okay, so you can see we'll have to write some methods. So based on our subscription schema, we'll call methods, and then we'll have a specific methods. You can see our method is this method and this method. Okay, at first the first one, that is actually activate method, and it will be a function. Okay, so here we will use this dot status, and it will be completed, and here we will update the created at value. So this will be activated at, and it will be new date, and okay, so I hope this will work perfectly. And after doing that, we need to check if the method is completed, then the person has the access. Okay, so that's why here we can just again define subscription schema dot methods dot is active, and here we'll have function again, and this function will return this dot status status, and here we'll say this will be completed. Okay, completed. Now the last thing, we'll have to create our model. Okay, so we'll have write two methods. One is actually for activate, and another is checking if our user purchased the subscription. Okay, so that's why if the person subscribe, just make payment and the subscription is complete, then it will update the status and return a true value. Okay, otherwise it will be false. Then what you will do here, we will make the model const subscrip shown, and here we will call model type, then we will define the type interface here I subscription, and after then, okay, it will be not actually equal sign, it will be colon, and after then what you will do, you will have to call mongoose dot models dot subscription. It will check if existing models, if existing any collections created named subscription, or we will create a new subscription model. So that's why we'll have mongoose dot model. So this is single model. Okay, it's models, and the second one is single model. So it will just check if any existing collection created named subscriptions, or we will create a new model here. So here for this new model, we will just define subscription, and we'll pass our subscription schema. Okay, and we will define the type here, obviously. So the type will be I subscription. Okay, so perfect, our model is here, and after completing all of this stuff, we can simply export default it. Okay, so our subscription model is perfectly created. Okay, so now what we'll have to do, look here, we'll have this home page, and right now we'll have a button, so get all access for only $99. Okay, so if you click, nothing happens here, so that means there is no interactivity, so we'll have to add the interactivity first. Okay, so from this for actually the button, let me close this stuff, I don't need that. I think Clerk is also working, so we can close that. Okay, so let me back to the code editor, and for this actually I have provided the component folder. Here I just redesign some of the components so that I just mainly focus on the core functionality. So it's a very static component. You can see if you back to the home page, you will have accordion. So this accordion is here, look, this is the accordion section, this type of accordion. Okay, so this is implemented here. Okay, then you will have checklist. Okay, or you can just check, this is the FAQ sections, so this FAQ sections is here. Okay, so this is the FAQ section. That means I just provide you some code that is actually for the UI purpose. I will implement the logic and the functionality instead of the hard-coded component design, because this is a professional course, and there I only focused on the logic part, not actually the static component design part. Okay, so here you can see we'll have a CTA button.tsx. so this button is actually this button. Okay, so this is the actual button. You can see get all access for only 99. Okay, and if you read here, you can see here, okay, here you can see get all access for only the subscription price, and this is actually $99. That means this is actually displaying here. Okay, so what actually we'll have to do, when someone click this button, you will have to check if the user is already signed in. So if the user not signed in, you will have to redirect to the sign in page, and then if the user signed in, then you will have to redirect the person to the checkout page so that the person can purchase. Okay, so this is the logic. At first, when someone click this button, you will check if the person is signed in. If not, then redirect to the sign in page. Otherwise, you will have to redirect to the checkout page, and if the checkout is already completed, you will have to redirect to the dashboard page. That means the single button will have 3 types of activity. For example, let me show you here. Let me just define that thing. Okay, so what actually this button meaning here, this single button will have 3 activity. At first, it will check if user is signed in. Okay, so if user is signed in, then this button also check if already purchased any order, so it will also check purchase history, and also this button will check if already signed in and already purchased the subscription, then you will have to redirect to the dashboard page. Okay, so dashboard page. So a single button will have 3 main features here integrated. Okay, so now here right now if you click here, it will do nothing. So let's implement the functionality here. At the beginning, you can see we'll have a user state, so that is actually for hover. When you hover here, look, this is the effect. Okay, then we'll have loading. So for this is the user state for handling loading, and router is for redirecting. Okay, so next what you will have to do here, we will need to check if user is already signed in. For example, to check that, we have already have the Clerk setup, so that's why we can simply the structure signed in stage using use user. Okay, so the Clerk will provide use user hook, so you can just use that use user. Okay, so you will use this use user hook from actually Clerk. Okay, and then here you will get is signed in. Okay, is signed in and is loaded. Okay, so if user is signed in, then you will get signed in user, or if not, then you will get redirect to the sign in page. Okay, so that's why this is very common. We'll have to get the is signed in status. If right now, if you console log, look, is signed in, let me, is signed in, and if you now check your website, okay, inspect, if I reload and see signed in true, that means the user is already signed in. Okay, so I hope you understand. So this button will return either true or false. Okay, so after then actually we'll have to add the interactivity. So that's why here we have this button. Okay, look, this is our button. Okay, so this is our button. Okay, so here there is no on click event, so we'll have to just add a on click event here. Okay, so let me type on click, and here we will define handle click. Okay, click. Okay, right now we'll write the logic for the handler functions. So we'll have const handle click, it will be a function. Okay, now inside it, actually when someone click this button, at first you can just check by this way. You can simply add a console log to check if button is clicked or not. So right now if you again inspect, let me close all of this stuff, and if I reload and see, if you click this button, and see the clicked is added. Okay, so that means we already implemented this handle button is working. So here what you will check, when someone just click here, we will make it asynchronous, asynchronous, and we receive event from here. So and we'll have to provide the event type. Our event type will be react dot mouse event, okay, something like that. And inside it, at the beginning we'll have to prevent default, prevent default, and after then we'll just check if it's loaded or in loading stage. So that's why it's actually for the Clerk to load. Here at the beginning we'll check not is loaded. So state, this state is coming from here. Actually here it will coming from the Clerk, or you can check if your website is in loading stage. Okay, loading stage, so that is actually here. So loading stage. Okay, we will have these two things. At first it will check if Clerk is already in loading stage or your website is loading. So if that happened, you can simply return. You don't have to do anything. So this is the first check. We'll check if our website is loading or not. Then we'll have to check if user already signed in. For example, let me do this way. We will have if condition not is signed in. Okay, so it will came from Clerk, and then here what you will do. So if user is not signed in, you can just get the current path. So how you can get the current path? So for example, you will define current path, and you will get it using window dot locations dot path, location dot path name. Okay, after then you can just define router dot push method, and here you will redirect to the sign in page. Okay, so you can have to do something like this. So sign in page, then you will redirect, provide the redirect ID. So this is your path. Okay, after then you can simply return it. Okay, return it. Okay, so what actually it will happen, let me fix it here. We need to do a little modification. So here we don't use this way. We can have encoder URL component, and inside this we'll pass our current path. Okay, so now what actually happened, look here, if I reload, if you click, nothing happened yet. But if I remove the Clerk secrets from actually cookies, and now if you reload, still nothing happened yet. But if you right now click here, look, it redirect to the sign in page. Okay, that means if the user is already not signed in, it will redirect to that page to sign in to the website. Let me sign in. Okay, so it's as much easy. Perfect. So right now if you click, nothing will happen because the logic is already completed to this portions. The next thing is that we'll take a try catch, and here on this catch block we can simply console log the error. So we can simply console dot error, and we will say something like this, and then you can just define an alert. So say something like this, and occur when processing the request, please try again. And here we can just simply set loading false. Okay, so inside this try block, what you will have to do at first, you will have to make set loading stage true. Set loading stage true. Okay, so we'll make our website in loading stage. Then we'll have to create a checkout. Okay, so we need to implement Stripe checkout. So for doing that, here actually we'll have const, we'll say result. So this is the variable result result. This is the variable name. We will await it, and then here we'll have to create a function. So create checkout session. Okay, so actually this will be, we are actually writing a actions here. So how you can do that, inside this src block we will create a new folder. So the folder name will be actions. We'll write all of the server actions here in this point. So let me define the action folders, and inside this actions folder you can have subscription subscription.ts, and we'll write the function here. So this is a server action function. We can have something like this: export async async function, and the function name is create async. Here it will receive nothing. Okay, so right now this function will have to import from here. Okay, import from here. You can see we're importing from the actions / subscriptions. So we'll have to write the create checkout session here. So in this block actually we'll have a try catch. Okay, try catch, and here at the beginning we'll have to get our user. So let me get user. So we'll have our user in actually Clerk. So that's why we'll use await, and here we'll have current user hook. Okay, current current user hook. It will came from actually next server. Okay, Clerk / next server. We will get our user from here, and after then what we will do, so after then we will check if there is no user. We will just check a condition if no user. So what you will do, you will throw an error. So or you can simply return a status code success false, and you can just define an error error and say, so you must be signing to subscribe. You must be SIGN, it is signed in to purchase a subscription, something like that. Okay, after this block what you will have to do, look, we need to check if the user is already completed the payment. We can do that. We can just add a comments here. So check if user already has subscription. Okay, we'll do that. We can just simply mark it to do. So we'll implement this to do later. Okay, but after then what you will have to do, at first you need to get the origin. For example, here we'll have const origin, and our origin will came from process dot env dot. So let me get our website URL. So this is next public website URL, or you can just simply add an optional localhost 3000 URL. Otherwise, here we'll have to create a checkout session. So before we are processing this, we need to set up actually Stripe. Okay, so how you can just set up Stripe? So for doing that, you will go to Stripe. You can simply search Stripe. Okay, so go to search Stripe, and now we'll have to create an account. So if you don't have, I already have an account, I will sign in. So let me sign in with Google. Okay, so it's actually loading. Then I have already a default setup here. I will create a new accounts. So what you can do that, so you can do this way, create a new accounts. So here you will have to provide your business name. So LMS subscription. Then you can choose the country for operations. So by default I will keep user United States. Then create. Okay, it will redirect, and now you can just simply skip it. For now I will skip all of this stuff because it's actually a demo or test purpose account. Okay, after then what you will have to do, here you need three things. Actually you need this publishable key. So you will copy this publishable key and store it on your env file. Look here, you will have Stripe key. Sorry, actually we need a Stripe webhook secret and Stripe secret key. So let me copy this secret key and paste it here. We can just use quotation. Okay, then we need a webhook secret. Okay, so how you can get the webhook secret? So for example, to get the webhook secret, you will click this developer sections, and from here you will go to the webhooks. Okay, so here you will have to create a destination. So click this destination options, then you will choose the API version. So it's by default the latest one. Then you will choose some event. The event you must be ensured that, so this is checkout, and you will define create checkout session completed and checkout session expired. You can have invoice payment intent. So where is the payment intent? Okay, so this is the payment intent. We'll choose create payment intent succeed. Okay, you can have these three events. Look, checkout session created, checkout session expired, and payment intent. Okay, so you can just go check what you have need this session. Look inside this selected events, you will have must these three things. Okay, then you will just click this continue. Then we will have to set up webhooks endpoint. Let me continue, and here we'll have to just give your destination name. So this is LMS subscription. Okay, and you will provide your website URL. So our website URL is right now, maybe I just forgot that. So what is our website URL? So this is the website. Let me just copy this URL. The website you just deploy. So you provide that, then you will have, for example, API the same way you have for actually, you can see here you have the same way. Inside this app you will have API folder, then webhooks, then we will create another webhooks that is actually for Stripe. Okay, Stripe. Okay, and inside this we'll have a route.ts. Okay, route.ts, And look, the process is webhooks then stripe. Okay, so API webhooks /stripe stripe. So you will have to make sure this is perfectly correct. Okay, without it it will not work perfectly. So API webhooks then stripe and then create destination. Now you will get the sign-in secret. So this is actually the webhook secret. Just reveal it and copy it and back to your code, paste it on env.local file. Okay, perfect. So we'll have stripe webhook secret and the secret key. So this is needed. Now we'll back to the subscription.ts. Here you will have to create a checkout session. Okay, so how you can do that? Here we will simply define const. We'll have to create a session, a CSSION session. Then we'll have await. We need to import stripe. So let me import stripe. Here at the beginning we will have, for example, const stripe, and we will call new stripe stripe. So here, if you haven't stripe set up, I have already do that. Let me check the package.json file. Here stripe is added. Okay, perfect. So here what you will do, you will have to import stripe. So let me import. We'll have import stripe from stripe, and here actually we'll have to pass your stripe secret key. So that is actually process.env. Let me copy the stripe secret key and paste it here. We can just define a not a null assertion to avoid the error, and after then you will have to provide a API version. Okay, so API version, and you see what is the API version. Okay, the API version will be Clover. Okay, right now this is the API version, but it could be the different. How you can check it? So you can check it from here actually, and see API version Clover is now default. You can check the API version here. You must have to keep this exact same API version inside here. Okay, after then what you can do, after then you will back this point, and now based on this stripe instance, stripe instance, you can create a checkout. So checkout, then dot session, and dot create. We'll create a checkout session, and inside it we'll have at the beginning payment methods type. What type of payment would you like to accept? It will be a card payment, so that's why we will define inside this square bracket we'll have cards. Then we will just define the mode. So mode will be mode will be it's actually payment. Then we can have to define line items. It will be an array. Inside this array we'll have object, and here we'll need to provide the price data. Okay, so need to provide the price data. You can see it's suggesting we can have to provide the currency. Our currency will be USD. Then we'll have product data. So product, it's actually suggest you, so you don't have to memorize it. So here you will provide the product name. Name will be access all subscription, or you can just adjust something like this, course subscription. After then you will have description, unlock all course instantly, and you say for lifetime. Okay, for lifetime access. Okay, so after this product data you will have to provide unit amount. So unit amount, and this unit amount will be in actually cent. So as your pricing is actually $99, so it will be, for example, 99 into hundreds. Okay, so it's actually in cent. Okay, so you will have to do this way. After then what you will do, after then we'll back to here and we'll provide the quantity. Okay, quantity will be by default 1. So our checkout session is completed. You can see this checkout session is completed, and after completing this here line item is completed. Actually, after completing this line item, what you will do, you will just have to give success URL. So here you will have success URL. So if the payment is success, where you will redirect. Okay, so we will simply redirect to the success page. Here we can have something like this. Okay, so here you need to add a success URL. You can just have this. You will have a cancel URL, so you will redirect to the cancel page here. So that is actually, for example, sold true, and then you will have the customer URL, and the customer URL will be came from user. So email address, then emails, then we need to provide some metadata. Okay, the metadata will contain Clerk ID, then it will be have user email, then here we'll have the same user email that we have here. After then we can have username, and it will give you, for example, $, curly braces, user first name, user dot first name. Then if that is not founded, we'll define empty string. Otherwise you will do, after doing that, we'll have another $, curly braces, we'll have user last name, user dot last name. Then if that is not there, we'll have empty string, and finally we'll have to trim it. Okay, so trim it. Perfectly done. We'll have this metadata, and after above of this, that means after completing this session, we will simply return, and we'll have to return success true. Then we will return session ID, and we'll return the URL. Okay, so URL, our URL will be session URL. Okay, session dot URL. So okay, fine, perfect. Expected a comma here. Perfect. So this is done, and from here actually what you will do, here you can just provide a error. We will provide this type of error. So this is actually console.error creating checkout session error, and we will define this message. Okay, perfect. So this is actually perfect. We have created a checkout session, and everything should be worked properly. So lastly, we will have to go at the top, and we'll have to make it use server. Okay, this will ensure that these server actions will completely run on server. That means it will be more secure. Okay, now if you back to your website and try to sign in, for example, here if you click, it's actually processing and redirecting, but nothing happened yet. It's actually continuing. So what actually the problem? Let me refresh it, and if you check your terminal, you will see it's actually doing nothing. There is no error, but the fact is that here our function is not completed. We'll have only this. Okay, if the result is success, what will happen, or if there is a failure, what will happen? It's actually not doing anything. So that's why here we will simply define a conditions. So that is actually if result dot success. So not actually, it's not, it will be result dot success and result dot URL. So that means from here if this block is returned, that means checkout is successful. Then what you will do, you will have to redirect to the result URL. So we'll just define window dot location dot href, and that will be result URL. Okay, so it will be result URL. Otherwise here else, that means if the false happen, that means the success is false, then you can simply show an alert, something like this, and make the session set loading false. Okay, so this is the one way to handle it perfectly. And I can have a else if logic. So here else if, okay, else if logic, And here we can simply say something like this. We'll have either result re is equal to result dot error, and then includes already have. Okay, already have. Then from here and say something like this. You can just redirect to the dashboard. So redirect to the dashboard. Okay, something or redirect is not available, we can route dot push to dashboard. Okay, so this is the logic. So let me explain it. At first it will just try to create a checkout session. So if it's successful, it will redirect to the destination. Otherwise it will check if already purchased. That means here when we have the logic, okay, then it will redirect to the dashboard. That means if already user purchased, then we'll have to redirect to the dashboard. Otherwise we'll have to show the error by following this way. So right now let me check it. Okay, so if you click, it's processing and it's redirect to the Stripe. You can choose here. So you can just choose a payment. You can see it's $99. You can provide your card information and complete the process. Okay, so but it will actually not handle the webhooks. Look, if I just make the payment, let me for I am just inputting a card 36. Will have 3-digit pin, and if we provide name MAMUN something like this and just click this pay button, it's actually processing. You can see your payment is now processing. Okay, look, it's processing and it's successful, and it will redirect to the payment success page. Okay, and if you back to your dashboard and if I close it here, if you go to the transaction section, you will see I just paid this. Okay, I just paid $99. You can see this is my email address, the name of mine, and I just purchase it. Okay, so this is actually perfectly working. But what actually happened, that if you check the hooks, it will not actually look here. The activity, the hook activity is actually, look, LMS subscription, and it's actually total 4 and it's failed. Okay, it's failed. Why it's actually failed? Look, as it's a webhook, it must be work with public website URL. That means you will have to just update your code to GitHub, and then you will have to deploy your project again to work with the payment intent. Okay, so and still there is a problem. We haven't yet write the webhooks. Look, our webhooks is right now nothing. We will have a Stripe and there is no logic. So at first we'll complete this logic and then update our code, and then our webhooks will work for all of these events. Okay, the next thing is that we'll complete this route.ts file, implement webhooks. Okay, here we'll have to write logic for Stripe webhooks, and I just made a mistake. The mistake is that I kept Stripe inside actually Clerk. It will be outside of the Clerk and inside this webhooks folder. So let me drag this and just drop it to webhooks. Okay, and now move. So right now you can see we have Clerk route.ts, it's for actually Clerk, and we'll have Stripe, so route.ts. So that's why here we'll have to write our logic. Okay, so whenever you are just creating a webhooks, you can see you will have to create a post request from here with something like this. Okay, so that's why we'll have to define a post request. So we'll have export async asy async post request. Okay, something like this, and here we'll have our logic. So before implementing our logic, what you will do, at first you need to import next response, then we'll have to import Stripe. Okay, let me import Stripe from Stripe, and obviously you will have to do the Stripe configurations like this way. So let me keep it here. After then what you will do, after doing that, you need to the webhook secret. So we'll have const webhook sec or it is secret. It will come from process dot dot env dot, and we'll check our env.local file. Here we'll have webhook secret, copy it and paste it here. We'll make a not a null assertion. Okay, so perfect. And after having this, inside this we'll have to write our logic. We'll check a we'll take a try case. Fine. Inside this try, actually we need to get the response body. Okay, so what actually get, so stripe is returned the response in text format, so that's why let me get the body of the response. It will came from actually request dot text format. Okay, so that's why we will get by doing this way. After then we need to get the signature. Okay, so for this signature is GNA signature, we'll have to get it from headers. So let me import headers from next headers, and here we'll have to use by doing this way. We'll have await, we'll call the headers at the beginning, then we will apply the get method and we'll say stripe signature. So by following this way we'll get the stripe signature. Okay, so then what you will have to do after getting this signature, you need to define a variable. So we'll have a let event and we'll take the type of the variable will be a stripe event, and after then we'll have a try case, and now we'll assign a value to this event. So that's why we'll have event, we'll have to assign the value. So our value will come from stripe dot webhooks dot construct event, and for this construct event we'll have to pass three things. At first you will have to pass the body, then you will have to pass the signature, then your webhook secret. Okay, so you will have to pass all of these three things. So this is actually a type mistake. How to fix it? You can simply just define as a string, or you just use a not a null assertion, so that will be fixed. After then what you will have to do, so if the event is there it will just return the event, otherwise we will just return a response. So return next response, and then here we will convert the response to JSON, and inside it we will just provide the error. So our error will be invalid signature error, and we'll pass a status code that will be 400. Okay, something like this. You can just implicitly say that webhook invalid signature, something like this. So our try catch block is completed here, and after then what you will have to do, so actually look, whenever you are working with the webhooks, you see you will have several events. You will have checkout events, you will have payment intent events. So we'll have to just use logic to handle all of this event. So that's why you can use actually if else, or a smart way is using swice case. Okay, so that's why here we'll need to write logic for swice statement. Okay, so swice statement will receive a key. The key will be event dot type. Okay, and the case value will be here. For example, the first value will be our, let me check, our checkout session completed. Okay, this is our first event. We'll check the logic here, and here we'll have a curly braces, and from it we'll remove this break. We'll have break inside it. Okay, so let me write logic inside this curly braces. Look, inside this curly braces we'll have to check the session at the beginning. We'll have const ACSSION session. Our session will come from event dot data dot object. Okay, so and is will be a type of type checkout session. Then we need to get the clerk ID. So our clerk ID will came from, actually let me define clerk ID, and this clerk ID will came from, look here, whenever you return the results here, you can see when you are just creating the session, you will just making the metadata, and metadata contain the clerk. So that's why here we are getting session dot metadata, then inside it we'll have clerk ID. So CELRK clerk ID, and it will be as a string. Okay, so if you found the clerk ID, then you can proceed. Otherwise, if the clerk ID is not available, that means if not clerk ID, you can have to just return a response. So we'll have return next response, and inside this we'll say the error, so webhook missing clerk ID, and then you will return a status code. So the status st8 status will be 400, something like this. Okay, so this block is complete. But whenever you have session and clerk ID, then you need to make the active subscription. So that's why here we'll have const result result, we'll have to await, and we need to write a function. The function will be activate subscription. Okay, something like this. This function will receive three things. At first it will receive clerk ID, then it will receive session dot payment intent, it will be as a string, and lastly it will receive session dot customer. Okay, customer information or something like this. So it will be as a string, or you will define undefined. Okay, something like this. So now we need to write this function. So while you will write this function, you will have to create another actions. Inside this actions block we'll have, for example, course.ts, and here we will just make a function. The function will be very simple. We can have export async function, we'll have the function name. Okay, and now inside this we'll have to provide the type. The first type will be actually clerk ID. So clerk ID will be string format, then stripe payment intent and stripe customer ID, all will be the string format. So as we export it, we can just import to avoid the error. Okay, so we'll import, and right now let me complete this. Okay, so here what you will do, at first you need to define a try catch block, and then we will connect our database. We'll have await, so connect db. Okay, we'll connect our database. Now after connecting our database, we need to check if the payment is already processed. So how you will check? So for example, here we'll have existing by payment. So we all need to verify if already the payment is completed. We will have await, we'll call the subscription model. So we'll come from some models / subscription, and then we'll just apply find on method. Here to find subscription, we'll use stripe payment intent. You can see the model, subscription model has stripe payment intent. We'll just check it by doing this way. Okay, so we are just checking from the stripe payment intent. Okay, so if existing payment, then what you will do, from here you will return a response that will be success true, then we'll provide a message, message message, subscription already processed. We'll just send another information that is actually subscription, and the information will have to convert to the JSON parse, and we'll get the result actually from JSON stringify, and the result is actually the existing payment. So it's actually return a stringify format, it's actually return text format, then we'll make it stringify, then we'll parse it, and lastly what you will do, we'll just say already processed true. Okay, so this is the logic what we'll have to do. But after doing that, you will have to check if already the user has a subscription. So here we'll check let subscription, and we will simply await, we'll call subscription model dot find on, and now we'll check based on the clerk ID. So if the user has already the subscription, that means we are checking two things. At first it will check Stripe payment intent, and then it will check Clerk ID. If the both true are there, that means the user has already a subscription. So let me Clerk ID here, and after then what you will do, here we'll check if subscription, that means the user has already subscription. Here you need to update some field. For example, you can update the status of the subscription dot status will be completed. Then you will define subscription dot created at, it will be now date. Then you will have subscription dot Stripe payment intent ID, that will be Stripe payment ID. Then subscription dot Stripe customer ID, so it will be the Stripe customer ID. And lastly we will have to here we need a little bit checking. If Stripe customer ID, then only we will just cut this from here, and just cut this from here by pressing Ctrl X and paste it inside it. And finally we'll have to await subscription dot save method. Okay, so this is if already have a subscription, then you will have to do this. Otherwise here we'll have a else block. Okay, so we'll have a else block, and we'll create a new subscription. We'll have to create a new subscriptions. To create a new subscription, we'll have subscription, we'll have to await, we'll have to call the model, then we'll have to create a instance. Inside this we'll have to provide the Clerk ID, then we'll have user ID will be based on actually Clerk ID. Then we can have status completed, we'll have amount will be $99. Then we can have currency USD, payment intent, customer ID, and activate, something like this. Okay, so finally after doing this, after having all of this block, if else block, what you will do, so after completing this, from here you will return message like success true, will have a message subscription activate and already processed false. And here on this else block, error block, we'll have to return console error, and will return something like this, success false message and the instance of error, and say something like this. You can just say already processed false, or just it's okay, you don't need to define something like this, or failed, you can just say failed activating subscription. Okay, so it's well, we have completed this. Back to the route.ts, and after then what you will do here, after then you'll see we'll have to check if condition and say if not result dot success, you will simply define return next response. You will have to pass a error, so the error will be, so webhook failed activation subscription. You can just say a status code. Okay, let me provide a status code 500. Okay, so after then what you will do, after then you will break this, so you can simply break it. So break this break this case. Okay, so our first case is done. So this is our first case, and after then we'll have another case, and this time our case will be, so this second case, so payment intent succeed. Okay, we'll copy it and paste it here, and right now we'll have colon curly braces. Okay, so here what you will have to do, here at first you need to get the payment intent, so it will came from event data object. After then you need to check the Clerk ID, so it will be from payment intent metadata Clerk ID. Then here we will check if clerk id. Then we'll have logic like we'll have to call await connect database. So we'll have to call the connect database, and after then what you will do, you need to get the existing documents. So here we'll have const existing subscription or documents. Here we'll have to await, we'll call this subscription model. Then we'll simply use find one method, and here we will search based on actually Stripe payment intent id, and it will be Stripe payment intent dot id. Okay, so if this is okay, then we'll break from this. Okay, break. Okay, break from here. After this case, what if this payment intent failed? So we'll have another case, and we say payment intent payment failed. You will have to do like this way. Here you will simply break it. Okay, so break the process, and then the default will be by default break. So everything is perfect, and when everything is done, after closing this swipe block, we'll have to return next response with a JSON format, and we'll simply say RECEIVD received true and with a status code 200. Otherwise it will just give the error. So error will be return next response with this type of error. So webhook error processing payment. Okay, error, or you can simply say webhook processing. Okay, process webhook payment failed. Okay, we have completed this step. And lastly, what we can do that, so this process is complete, we have this. And lastly, what you can do, we'll have to do a to do here. So check if the user already a activation already a subscription. So what you will do, so here you need to write a logic. So the logic is, what you will have to do, you will have to, for example, we'll have const, will destructure something from a function, we'll have await, and the function name will be check subscription. Okay, something like this, and we'll have to pass our user id here to check if already the user in the subscriptions. Okay, and we'll destructure something like this, is subscribed. Okay, is subscribed subscribed. Okay, so we haven't the function yet, but let me complete this process. We'll have check if is subscribed. We'll have to return something like this. We'll just return success false, and then say error, we have already the subscription. Okay, so it's very easy to complete it. Now write this function. Okay, so you will have to write this function to actually course.ts as well. So let me write this way. We'll have export async asy and see async function, and the function name will be this, and this function will be received user id or clerk id. So let me clerk id, and the type will be string. Okay, and let me import this. So right now let me import this. Okay, fine, perfectly done. And then we'll have to write the logic. So we'll have a try catch, and what you will do from here, at the beginning you will have to await connect database. Okay, so using connect db, then you will check the subscriptions. So here what you will do, subscription, we'll have to call await, we'll have to call the model, then we'll just call the find one, and here we'll check based on this process, we'll have clerk id, then we'll check also status completed, and then to get the result properly we'll just lean it, that means it will just first run your data, and finally you will have to return success true, then you will have is subscribed, SUBSCRIB, it is subscribed, and it will be, so must be subscribed, and lastly subscription, it will be the subscription or null, and finally we'll have a error block and we'll return the error, so creating subscriptions, and we'll have this type of error from here. Okay, we have already everything done. Let me check it. For example, right now if I stop our server, let me clear it and let me again npm run dev. Okay, so we'll have this, and finally we'll back here. Look, so right now let me back to the localhost 3000, and we'll process the payment again. So you have the first payment, let me close it. Here if you check the transaction, you have only one payment, so I will do the payment again, but before that let me clear the session of Clerk, and now if you just reload, look, this is the whole process. Okay, so whenever you don't have an account, you will click this button, it will ask for sign in, you will just sign in using your Gmail account. For example, using this Gmail account, I'm just signing, and now if I click this button, it will redirect to the Stripe. Okay, so look, within a few seconds it will redirect to the Stripe, and you will have to check the payment. Okay, but before proceeding this, it will just give you a error. So as it says server actions, you must have to include at the beginning use server. Okay, then you will process it, otherwise you will get the error. So I know it, so I will simply restart our project again so that it will work perfectly. I know that because I have experience. Okay, so now I will again just localhost 3000 and start the process again. Okay, so our user is already created, we'll just click this button, it will process. Okay, within a few seconds it will redirect to the Stripe page. You can see this is the message you defined. You will have to provide your card information. Okay, a future date, for example 32, then something like this. You will have to provide, for example, a name. I just name maybe Mamun, and now if you just click this pay button, it will be processing and takes a few seconds to complete the process. Okay, it's process and redirect to the payment success. If you check here and if you refresh this, so let me refresh this page, you will get another payment done. So this is the latest payment. Okay, so this is the latest payment, it's successfully done, but the webhook is not counted. Look, go to the sessions, you will have total 8 errors. Okay, and if you check the events, you will see it's actually not working. The issues is that it will not work on localhost. You must have to deploy your code, then it will work. So let me show how it will work. So to do that, at the beginning here I need to stop it, we'll have to build our project. Whenever you just want to push your code to GitHub, you must have to build. So let me clear it, we'll command npm run build. Okay, fine, there is no error. Now we'll just push this code to GitHub, git add, then we'll have git commit. Okay, we'll say Stripe payment. Okay, then finally we'll push the code. Okay, sorry, git push. Okay, it's writing. And now if you go to the GitHub and check your repository here and see it's updated. Okay, so it's actually Stripe payment added. Next, what you will have to do, you will have to go to the Vercel. Okay, so Vercel platform, and here what you will do, so you can see you need to add the environment variable. So click this settings, then environment variables, and now we need to add environment variables for actually the Stripe. So we just added above of this thing, but right now we will add this. Okay, we'll have to add this two hooks. Okay, sorry, two secrets, because we have completed this section. So we'll simply copy this and back to here, just paste here. So we are using a Stripe webhook secret and a Stripe secret key, save it. Okay, so if it's done, back to your overview page and see here is an error. So what the error is happening, it says neither API key configure. Okay, fine. That is actually not a major issues. I will redeploy it. So let me show you. From this overview page, you will go to the deployment page, and here you will create a new deployment. Click here, create deployment, then click this main, and then create deployment. Okay, it's processing. And finally, one thing, let me check it. You will have the destination. This is your website URL, API webhooks Stripe, strip Stripe, and is it perfectly okay? So strip Stripe. Okay, webhooks, it's plural, webhooks Stripe, strip strip. Okay, so wait to complete this building process. I think it will be built successfully. Okay, ready. Look, the build is successful. Right now, if I test with a live URL, for example, I am just refreshing this live website URL, everything is fine. Let me go to click here. So it's processing. Now it will redirect. Let me choose the information, for example, photo, then future date 35, something like this. And now, for example, let me Joy Hassan, something like this. And now if I pay, it's still processing. We're just working with live website URL, and I'm confident no errors will be happened and the event will be count properly. Okay, it's completed. It redirect to the payment session page. And here, if you now reload, what's that happening? Here you can see payment intent successful, but checkout session failed. Payment intent succeed, but it's actually not succeed. Why? So we can just resend this. Wait, if we try it by doing this way, so it will just try to check it, and if I refresh, maybe it's not working. So the issues is that Clover webhook failed activating subscription. Okay, so that is the error. We'll have to fix it. So from where actually it's coming. Okay, so let me try to fix it. So for example, if I just send it, you can see it's actually coming the error from here. So it's actually coming the error from here. Okay, so we get it. what you can do that. Okay, I got where is my error. The error is that here I have to adjust the model a little bit. You can inside this subscription we're using the type, so it's actually mongoose types object id, but we are assigning, look, we are assigning user here. So if you check here, you can see we're using clerk id here. Okay, so that is not masked properly, so that's why it's actually making the error. So what you can do, you can simply adjust this. So don't use this, you can simply use string here, and also define the type here, it will be string. Okay, so you not define the reference here. So I think right now it's okay. So after adjusting this, what you will do again, we will simply check npm run build to check if everything is working. Then redeploy our code. At first let me define git add, then git commit dash m, it will be, for example, fix stripe webhook, then git push. Now you can check it. So webhooks, and here our project will be building soon. We'll have to wait. Okay, perfect. If I reload it, it's updated. Okay, after updating, let me go here and again try to just pay again. It's redirecting, will provide the billing information. Fake. Okay, pay again. It's redirecting, that means it's processed. Let me refresh it. Okay, right now you can see it's actually perfectly working. So the checkout session is completed, payment entered is successful. And after then, if you back to your database and now if you reload it, you can see your payment is created perfectly. Okay, the error was very minor error, we just have type mismatched. So after updating this, it will work perfectly. And I think you understand how we can fix this type of issues. Okay, now we have successfully completed the payments, and now we will have to make a payment success page. Right now you can see this page cannot be found, that means we haven't any route for this. Okay, so we'll have to make a route for payment success page, and to do that, here let me close all of this stuff, and then inside this app folder, actually inside this app folder you will have to create a new route. Okay, so how you can do that, we will create a new folder, and the folder name will be payment success, as same we have here. Then inside it we'll have a page.tsx. okay, so page.tsx, here RAFCE reactor functional component, and we will say this will be payment success page, payment success page. Okay, something like this. So right now if you back here, you can see this is your payment success page. We'll have to design this page. Okay, so for doing that, what we will do, we will at the beginning we'll make a suspense, so that here we'll have loading stage. So we'll have suspense from react suspense. Okay, so we'll import it from react. Let me replace this. Okay, and suspense contain a fallback URL, so this will be a loading stage. So right now if you just reload, at first it will just take a loading, then it will just display this. Okay, so here what you will do, we need to design the fallback URL, fallback component. The fallback component could be something like this. Let me do it by doing this way. Okay, so here we can have some styling inside this div. Let me okay, for example, what we can do that, we can have something like this. We will have a div, we can just apply some css. The css will be, it will be main height screen, then we'll have flex item center. Okay, we will add some this type of styling. Then we will have to add a background color. We'll define background color. So background color will be something like this, hash a5 something like that. Okay, and lastly we need to define a padding to the x-axis, so px, for example 4. Okay, after then what you will do, instead of this simple thing, we can simply take another div, and then we'll have another div. Okay, so this div will say nothing. We can simply make a loader here. We'll have class name. We'll say this will be w16, a is 16. Then we will define border color. So border, for example, we'll have border 4. We'll have border color green, border green 500. We will have green 500. Then we can have border top transparent. So we're making a loading animation here. Actually we'll have rounded full, and then animate spin, and additionally we'll have to make it center, so mx auto, and then we'll have margin bottom 6. Okay, so after then what you will do, after this div we will have a paragraph, and this paragraph will say it's actually loading. Okay, loading, loading, something like that. Okay, so here you can see we can have some styling. We can say class name, we can have text gray 600, gray 600. Then we can have text large, text lg. Okay, something like this. And if I just, what we need to do here, we'll have to add some styling. We'll have class name, let me change the fonts. We'll have class name, and we'll add class name like w full, then max w, we'll have a max width here, so that would be 580 pixel, so it's a arbitrary value. Then we'll have busy white, then we'll have some padding, so p12, we'll have rounded to excel. Then we'll have some shadow large, and finally we'll have text center. Okay, so our fallback URL has gone, so has completed, and you cannot actually get it because it's loaded perfectly. Okay, though if we try to get it, let me go to the network tab, and if we make it a little bit slow processing, so let me define throttling will be, for example, 3G, and if I reload, look, payment success page. Okay, so what we'll have to do, let me here the database is loading too fast, so that's why we cannot say it. We can just make it use client, and right now it's actually not perfectly showing. We'll have to make some database integrations to get it properly. So for doing that, here we can have to create a component. For example, we can make a component here, so The component could be, for example, we'll have we don't need to use this use client, so we can just remove it. Here inside this component we can have another component. The component will be payment success, succ is success content dot tsx rafc reactor functional component. And right now we'll import this here instead of this single line. Okay, so we will have to import it. Now we will design the component page here. The component page will actually have some use state effect here. Using at first we'll need to get the source param. So let me get the use source param. We'll have to import it. Okay, so from next navigations, then from these actually what you can do. So from this actually the next thing you will have to do is we need to get router. So const router equal will have use router. Let me import it from next navigations. It will come from next navigations. After then what you will have to do, so let me, we don't destructure it, we can have this. Okay, now the error has gone. After then we need user, so that's why we can have user. From where we will get the user, we will have use user hook from next clerk, and here we will get the user and is loaded. Okay, state of the loading. Then we can have a status, so it will be a use effect, sorry, use state hook. So a status will be set status, and let me import use state hook. And here actually we'll have different value. For example, we can have completed. Then we will have other options like we will use war painting, or we can have, for example, okay, so here we can have by default. Let me make it, we will make a customization here. By default it will be checking. Okay, and we will just define the type here. At first it will be checking, then it will have another script, so that will be completed, and then we'll have failed, or we can have painting, and lastly we can make another state that is actually error. Okay, so the state has created. Next what you will have to do, we'll have to need to get the session data. So here we can have, for example, another use state. So the use state will be, for example, we can have an object. This object will contain, so amount will be a string that will be $99.00. then we can have transaction ID, and we will have a default transaction ID. We can simply say txn 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, and lastly we need to show the date. So date will be new date, and we'll have to convert it to local string. Date string will have something like this, and inside this we will say we will have month will be in short form. Then we can have day, So day will be two digit. Then we are formatting the date actually, and year will be numeric. Okay, something like this. So all of these three things will have here. So what you will destructure, we will destructure session data and set session data, and you can use the type definition here. How we can do that? Inside this angle bracket we can have this, for example, amount is string, transaction id is string, and date is a string format. Okay, so we'll have this, and after then what we'll have, so here we need to use a use effect hook. Okay, so right now we'll just take a use effect hook here after this line, use effect hook. Let me import it, and this will have a callback function, and here we'll have dependency. Okay, so in this callback at the beginning we need to get the session, so we'll have const session id, ssion session id, and we'll get the session id from actually search params dot get. Okay, and this session id will be this id. Okay, so you can see this is your session id. Let me copy it and paste it here, and as we are using some client interactivity like use effect, we'll have use client here. Now the error will be gone. Okay, so something went wrong. Let me just resolve these throttling issues. For example, not throttling, and if you just check here, it will successfully work perfectly. Okay, so next thing what you will have to do, inside these actually we will have to check if website is loaded. So if we'll check not is loaded, then we will simply return. After then we will check if the session is available. So that's why here we'll have if condition. So not session id, or we will have not user. So if user is not there, we will just send a status that will be error, and will return it. After then what we'll do, we need to make the verification of the payment. So that's why here we'll have a function, we'll have const verify payment. So we'll verify payment here. It will be asynchronous function. Okay, it will be asynchronous function, and inside it what you will have to do, we will need to get have to call a function. We will define the variable and we'll await, and we'll have to ensure if the subscription already created or have the subscription on the subscription collections. Okay, so that's why we'll have to ensure subscription from session. Okay, session, that means using the session id we will just try to ensure we have the subscription completed. Okay, so now we need to write this function. Where you will write it, you will have to write it, for example, in this actions we'll have subscription.ts, and here we'll have the same way export async async function, and we'll name the function subscription, and this function will receive, actually what it will receive, it will simply receive the session id, sorry, here session id, and this type will be a string type. Okay, string type. Now as we have this, let me import it, and right now we'll have to write the logic here. So we'll have a try catch. At the beginning you need to get the full details of the checkout session. So how you can do this, here we need to get the full details of the checkout session. So we'll have session, and right now we will await, then we will call stripe, we'll have to call checkout, and then we'll call session. Then retrieve to get the full details of the session using the session ID. Okay, so using this session ID. After then, what you will do, after then we will check the session status, payment status. So we'll have a if. Here we'll have session dot payment payment status. So if this payment status is not paid, okay, so if it's actually not paid, we'll have to implement logic for this. What we'll do, from here you will have to return something. Return, it will be return an object. We'll have success false. We'll just say status not paid, something like this, or unpaid. You can say unpaid, then you can have error, payment not completed, something like this. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then after then we need to get the user from actually session metadata. So how you will get that? So we'll have const clerk id, and from the session we will have metadata. Then from here we can have clerk id. Okay, it will be as string. So after then we will check if metadata is missing, we don't continue. So that's why we will have if conditions. If clerk id is not there, or if it's missing, we'll have to return something like this. We'll have to return an object. We'll have success false, status will be error, and missing client session, something like this. And after then what you can have to do, you will have to connect your database. So how you can do that? We will just do it dynamically by doing this way. We will have const connect connect db, and here we will import it dynamically. So using this way, we will have await, we'll have import it dynamically. Look, so this is the location of the MongoDB, and we'll make it default. And the same way we'll have to import the subscription model. So here we'll have subscription, and right now we change the path. So the path will be here at the @ we'll have models, then we'll have subscription, and we'll make it default. Okay, so this is actually dynamically import of the database connection and subscription model. Now we will await the connect db. Okay, so connect db, perfect. And finally what you will do, we need to get the payment intent id. So how you will get it? You can have the options to get the payment intent id, and it will come from session dot payment intent, and it will be as a string. After then you will have to check if the subscription is already exist in payment, or prevent duplicate subscription when you refresh. So that's why here actually we'll have a variable, and we'll say subscription shown subscription. We'll have to await, we'll call the subscription model, then we'll try to find one, and here we will pass, for example, we'll pass the Stripe payment intent id, and this will be our payment intent id. So it will be t actually. Let me copy it, paste it here. Okay, so this will check if there is any subscription in your collection. Here we'll have if logic. We will simply call subscription. If there is subscription available, then it will just return success status. So success true will have status status status, the status will be subscription dot status. Then we can have subscription details, and we'll have at the beginning we'll have JSON, then we'll have parse, then stringify subscription data, and we'll say a message mess as message. The message is something like this. We will say subscription, sorry, session, no, it's not session, subscription dot status, and equal if it's completed, then we will just provide a message subscription already processed, or you can say subscription already activated. Otherwise you will have to provide another error. So error is subscription pending admin review. Okay, something like this. That means it will check if the status is completed, then it will send this message. Otherwise it will say it's actually on pending stage. Okay, so it's completed. In the next step, what you will have to do in the next step, let me, here we need to get subscription information by using actually Clerk ID. So here we'll have again subscription, and now we will get the subscription using actually Clerk ID. So subscription dot find one, and now we will get it using Clerk ID. Okay, so here what you will do, you will have if condition subscription, and now what you will do here, you will just simply make subscription dot stripe payment intent ID, and that will be our payment intent. Then we'll have a status, so subscription dot status will be by default pending. Then we'll have subscription amount is if subscription dot amount, will have to say the amount will be session dot amount total, and we will have to define war, so that will be 99,000, and then we'll divide it by 100. After then we'll have purchase date. Okay, subscription dot purchase date, and it will be new date. Okay, new date. After then what you will have to do, we'll have to assign the customer ID, subscription dot customer stripe customer ID, and this will be session dot customer as string. Then we can have we'll have to await the subscription to save it, and successfully we'll return it. Okay, something like this way. So after then, if this two step is failed, so if this two step is fail, what next, we'll have to create a subscription. So we'll have subscription, we'll have await, and we'll say subscription dot create. Then here we'll have to provide the clerk, we'll have to define user ID will be clerk ID. Okay, then we can have clerk ID, then status pending amounts, and all of this information will keep stored here, and lastly we will from here we'll return the response. Okay, something like this. we'll have to return success true status, then subscription data and message. Okay, and finally if any error happened, from here you will have to just console the error and return the errors. Okay, so this is done. We'll back to here, we'll have to back to here, and now what you will do from here, after this what you will do, we'll check if not result dot success. That means if any error happens, then you will simply say status error and from return from it. After then what you will do, we need to update the transaction ID from the session. So here we'll have set session data, and inside it actually we'll have prev, then we will have something like this. Here we'll have all the prev value, prev value, and then we will say transaction ID. This transaction ID will came from, so session ID dot substring, and here the substring will be in between start from 0 and end with 16, and here we'll make it to uppercase. Okay, something like this. And after then what we'll have to do, here we'll have if logic, if result dot status equal completed. Then what you will do, from here you will just say status completed, then we'll have else if result dot status equal painting, we will simply say set status painting, otherwise we'll have else block, else block, and we will set error. Okay, so all of this is done, and lastly we will close this function. And now to trigger this function we'll have to call it, and here we need to add the dependency. The dependency will be, for example, search params, we'll have to use user, we'll have to use router, then we can have to use is loaded. Okay, is loaded. So all of this stuff is done, and after this here we'll have to actually checking. For example, we'll have to use a if condition. We'll just check the status. If status is checking, then we will just make an UI. So from here we'll return a div, for example a div, and this div will just say something like this. Let me copy the page. We will copy this block, and here we'll paste it, and we'll say it's actually, we'll have to check it's actually verifying payment, something like this. Okay, and after then we'll have another conditions. If status equal completed war status equal painting, then we will have something like this. Here we'll have to return, and we'll return our JSX format, and we need to design a beautiful curve here. So the curve will be something like this. We'll have a div. Here we can have, for example, class name. We'll have to define so some styling here. After then we can have another div, and we'll say this will be class name. We'll make it w full, something like this styling. I'm just ignoring this, all of the styling. You can just do it by your own. I just copy and paste the code here. So it's some basic styling stuff, and also replace this block. Okay, so you can just check this source code and you will get this page done. It's actually, and after doing that you will have something like this. At the beginning it will be verify, then it will say the payment is pending, need to review. Okay, and if you check here it will also work. Look, so payment is on review stage. And if you check your database, probably, let me check here, will have the pending stage. Okay, that means we need to review it, and then if you approved from here, for example, if you approved from here, so it's completed. Now you can see, if you now reload and see, it's okay, it's perfectly showing. I just copied this styling, it's actually not much important. So from here, what next, you will need to go to the dashboard page. So right now we don't have dashboard page, and we need to design the dashboard page based on our dashboard. For example, if I go to the dashboard, what you will have, so for example, so we'll have this type of dashboard. So this is user dashboard. We'll design this type of dashboard for now. Okay, so now we'll have to make this type of dashboard page. But right now, if you go to the dashboard section, then you will see something like this, not a found page. Okay, so how you can proceed it? So here I will close everything, and now you can see we'll have a dashboard, and inside this we'll have admin. So at the root of this dashboard, what you will do, at the root of this dashboard you will have another route, so that is actually for dashboard. Okay, dashboard, and here we can have a page.tsx, something like this. We'll say rfc reactor functional component, and say this is actually dashboard page, something like this. So right now, after doing that, if you back here and see, you will have, so let me fix it, dashboard page. Okay, you can see you will have dashboard page here, but we need to make the similar styling. So when the user is logged in, we'll have all of this stuff. We'll have navbar, then you can have this type of card. You can go to the specific course page to get the course details. Okay, so how is it possible? So for doing that, actually you can see when admin login, then admin can just see their dashboard, and when user login, user can see their dashboard. So that's why in this grouping, in this group dashboard, we will have to need a layout. Okay, we'll have to need a layout. So layout will be tsx. So here we'll have to say rfc react arrow functional component. We'll say this is actually dashboard layout. Okay, something like this, dashboard layout. So right now, if you back to your website, and if you see, right now it's actually showing dashboard layout. If you go to the admin page, it will also show this same layout. That means it will share into both pages. Okay, so how you can design this layout? So whenever you are working with layout, here it will receive children. Okay, so you will have to receive children, and let me define the type of the children. So children, children, and here we'll have react node. Okay, react node. So this is the type of the children. Okay, so after then, what you can have to do, at first you will have to check the user is already logged in. Without logged in, we cannot get access. So that's why here we will have something like this, const. We need to get the user, so we will get the user from use user hook. Okay, use user hook from Clerk next. Okay, and at first we'll get the user and is loaded. Okay, so we'll destructure these two things. Then we'll have to do, for example, we'll check if is not loaded. Okay, we'll return null. return null, null null. Otherwise here what you will do, after then you will check if not user logged in. If not user logged in, we'll have to return, we'll redirect it. So redirect, we'll have to import redirect from next navigations. So redirect from next navigation and we'll redirect to the sign in page. Okay, so sign sign in page. So that means if user is not logged in, we will redirect the user to the sign in page. Otherwise what you will have to do, here we'll get the user role. So we can have role, and here we'll get the user role from actually public metadata. So that's why we can have user dot public public metadata dot roles, role role, and as if it's as admin, then we will simply say it will be either admin or a student role. So that's why here we can say a student role, or we can make it default a student role. Okay, something like this. And after then we need to get the user name. So user name, and we'll destructure the user first name, user first first name, or we can just provide a default name that will be user. Okay, something like this. So right now after doing that, what need to do, you can see here, if you check, it's actually showing a error. So because the user is not an admin, if you go back to the dashboard, then so let me check what the error. So the error is use user hook. It's a client hook. So at the top you will have to make use client. Okay, so it will be use client, and if you now refresh, it's working perfectly. Okay, after then what you will have to do, you need to define the layout. So for making this layout here, now here we'll add some styling. We'll have class name, we'll simply say ace will be screen, we'll have some background color, and we'll make it by default flex. Okay, so something like this. And if you now check it, it will just something like this. Okay, after then what you will do, after here actually, so you need to a mobile header with menu burger. For example, whenever you check it on mobile device, so you will have something like this. Okay, you will have something like this. Now for doing that, here what you will do, so I need to define a use state at the beginning. For example, here we can have const, we'll say is menu mobile open. Okay, and state is menu mobile open. Okay, and we'll make it use state. Fine. After then here we can have actually a div, and inside this div we'll have a button. Okay, so this div will containing some styling. We will simply say by default for mobile header we will make it fixed. Okay, and we'll just make it on top 0, left 0, right 0, and z index will be by default 30. Okay, we'll have on large device, we'll have hidden, then we can have, for example, background white, we'll have border bottom, and we'll have some border color. We'll add some height, so height will be 14. We'll have flex, item center, and we'll add some padding to the x-axis, that is 4. Okay, so inside this actually button we'll have some styling. We'll have class name, simply say padding to rounded LG. Then we'll have hover color, we'll say SOV or hover, so that will be BZ gray 100, and transition on color, something like this. Then we'll make, as it's a button, we'll use a Arial label, so menu open, and inside this button we will add a SVG icon. So this will be a hamburger icon. Okay, so I will use this type of a SVG icon. You can just get this icon on this source code. Okay, no matters. So right now if you back here, nothing you can see, but if you inspect and on the mobile device, you can see this is the button. Okay, after then what you will do, so here you see on click is actually make the mobile menu true. Okay, so that means it's working perfectly. We don't need to do anything here, and after this button we will simply take a span, and this span will say role admin. If it's admin, then we will have to do something like this. We'll simply say my dashboard. Okay, now you can see it's actually showing my dashboard. That means you are on the user dashboard. Okay, so you can just style that span based on your need. For example, we'll have class name, we'll say margin left will be 3. We can have text base, we'll have font semi bold, and we'll have some text color. Okay, so this is the one thing you will have to do it, and you can see it's right now perfectly working. Okay, after defining this div, we need some mobile menu. So let me close this div, and here we need to have the mobile menu. So what you will do, you will have, for example, you will have curly braces, and we'll check is mobile menu open. Is mobile menu open? We will and then here we can have a div. Let me save close the div, and inside this div what you will do, you can simply say it will be a self-closing div. You don't need this whole thing, you can simply self-close it, and we'll say something like this. We'll have class name, and let me define it will be flex, it will be fixed, then it will be insert 0. After then we'll have background busy black, and we'll add some opacity, 50% opacity here. We'll have z index 40, and on large we will have the hidden. Okay, so hidden. And right now here we'll have to add one click event, and we'll make the mobile menu false, and after then we'll have Arial, so label menu close. Okay, so Arial hidden, actually Arial hidden, so that will be true, something like this. So right now if you back here, you can see it's perfectly working. Okay, so the thing is that we'll have top, left, right. Okay, something like this, and the button will have all of this stuff. I think everything is perfect. Now after having this, we need to define the left sidebar. Here we'll have aside, and inside this aside what you will do, inside this aside actually we'll have some class name, and we'll add dynamic class name. So that's why here we'll have curly braces, we'll use backtick, and right now we will simply define it will be by default fixed. We'll have on a large device we'll have a static, then we'll have insert y 0, then left will be left will be 0, z index 50, w 64, transition transform duration 300, then is in out, And now we'll simply say conditionally we'll check if it's mobile menu, then we will say it will be translate translate x0, otherwise we'll have say minus translate, let me y full, and we can obviously add some styling on large, will have translate x0, okay, something like this. And now what's happening, let me guess it. Okay, this is the extra thing, let me remove the issues. Okay, now it's solved, and inside it actually we need to import a a component. So you can just go to the component folder, and there you will find dashboard component. Inside this dashboard we'll have dashboard nav. Okay, we'll use this component. Okay, so we'll have to import this component inside this aside. Okay, so that is actually dashboard nav. Okay, import it, and this will actually receive some props. So the first props it will receive, look, it will receive role username on close is mobile menu open. Okay, so let me provide role at the beginning. So role will be the role we have here, look, the role we have here. Then the next thing, it will be received username will be by default user name. Then we'll have to pass one close 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 mobile. On close mobile it will be curly braces, it will be a callback function. So that will be set is menu open false, and lastly we will have is mobile menu open, so something like this. So right now if you see it, you will have something like this. Look, it's working perfectly. Okay, our sidebar is completely done. So after this sidebar, what you will have to do here, we need a main content to display. Inside this we'll have to render our children, and we need to style something like this. Here we'll have by default flex 1, we'll have overflow y auto, and we'll have some padding top p14 on large device, we'll have p top 0. Okay, something like this. And right now if you check, we'll have all of these stuff. Okay, you will have this dashboard completed, and if you check it, we'll have this. Okay, we'll have this, look, something like this. This is perfect, but we need to adjust this sidebar. Okay, this sidebar is not actually gone all over it, so you will have to adjust it. Okay, so how you can do that, here we'll have this mobile menu, we can simply define this will be by default w fulls. Okay, w full. Now I think it will be fixed. Okay, now you can see it's actually fixed. We'll have the mobile menu something like this, and if you increase it, it will be the desktop menu. Okay, perfectly working the menus. So now we'll have to display the content something like this. So that's why we need to design our dashboard. So our dashboard is right now empty. You can see inside this dashboard we'll have dashboard, and the page is empty, so it's actually showing here. Look, it's showing here. And if you try to go to the admin page and hit here, it will see this is the admin page. Okay, so admin page will have my courses section, progress, and other stuff. Okay, I think you understand all of this stuff, how it's going to display. So next, move to designing this specific page for the dashboard, user dashboard actually. Okay, before creating this dashboard page, we will need to complete our uh, model. So we need additional two models. So here we will go to the models, and here we'll have to create two models. One is actually for user progress. So let me create a new model. It will be for user progress progress progress.ts file. And then we'll need another model, so that is actually for courses. Okay, so we need to publish courses, so that's why we need courses. Okay, so here what you will do at the beginning, let me design our user progress model. Okay, so for this user progress model, what actually you need? So look, we'll have to create an interface for user progress. We can have, for example, export interface, and it will be user progress. We'll extend the documents, something like this. And inside it, actually, at first we'll have user id, then we'll have clerk id, and it will be obviously string. Then we can have course id. Okay, so we can have course id will be string. Okay, after then we need overall progress. So student overall progress, that will be number. Then is completed will be boolean. Okay, so that will be boolean. After then we need to check when it's created. So when it's completed, so completed at, so that will be date. After then enrolled at, then last accessed, so last accessed at, so it will be obviously date. Then after then what you will need, we need to include modules, modules. And here we have the modules, so it will be module progress. It will be array. We'll have to design it at the top. For example, we'll have interface I course module. Okay, sorry, I module progress. And inside it, actually what you will include, so here we'll have module id, then we'll have completed, it will be boolean, boolean. Then we can have created at, so it will be a optional date. Okay, sorry, completed at, it will be optional date. Then we'll have progress, so progress will be a number. And lastly we'll have lesson, so that will be I lesson progress. Now we need to design the I lesson progress. We'll have to export it. Obviously we need to export it. Then let me take a new tab. Here we'll have export interface, and here we'll have I lecture progress. And including here what we'll keep, so we'll have lesson id, then we'll have when it's completed, then created at last position, and time spent. Okay, so we'll store all of this stuff. And after then we'll back to the main interface. And here what you will do, here we need to get the student start, so that's why here we'll say total time is spent, so it will be on number format. Then we'll need to get the current module, so need to get current module id, so current lecture id, lesson id. Then here we have certificate issued, it will be boolean. We need to have certificate is issued at, so it will be date, then certificate url. After then what you will have, so after then we need to include timestamp, and we have some method. Okay, so for example we'll have timestamp created at, updated at. Then we can have actually some method. For example, method will be calculate calculate progress, progress, it will be a function, so that will return, so void, so void void. Then we have complete, complete, complete lesson, this will be lesson. And here what you will do, here we can have, for example, it will return void. And for this method we will pass three things actually, two things. One is actually module id, it will be string, and we need lesson id. Okay, so that will be string. Okay, after then we need update last accessed. Okay, so update last exit, that will be void. Okay, now what you will have to do after completing this, we now need to create our schema. Okay, so let's create our schema. So for creating our schema, here we can have const user progress schema, and here we can have, say, we'll have new schema, we can say this will be curly braces, and let me import the schema from Mongoose. Okay, now we need the type definitions. Here we'll have scacm schema, and we'll provide I user progress. Okay, so inside it actually you need at the beginning user id, and user id will be by default type string. Okay, string string. Then we can have required true, index true. Then we will have Clerk. Okay, Clerk id, it will be the same thing. We'll have interface. We can just do a smarter way. We can just ask ChatGPT or AI to make our design, our schema design. So let me do it. Okay, so we can have the options to use cursor AI. So for now, let me open a chat by pressing Ctrl L, and we will say based on the I progress, I user, let me define, based on the I user progress design the schema, SCAC schema and model. Okay, so now chat the cursor AI will do it. You can use ChatGPT if you want. You can simply do the same way, simply copy this, and for example go to ChatGPT or any AI platform. For example, here I'm just saying, so make MonGWS Mongoose SCAC schema and model based on this. Okay, and if you just send it, it will just create a schema for you. So okay, so it's reading, and look, your schema is going to be ready. Okay, so you can just generate from the ChatGPT, or you can just ask the cursor AI to complete it. So let me, it will complete all of this following process. It will be easier to handle a large project if you have a deeper understand. Okay, it's creating all of this stuff. Let me remove this. Okay, you can see it's created the schema for us, and you can use it easily. I will provide the source code, so you don't have to worry about it. You will just go to the user progress.ts inside this model folder, and you can just copy it and replace it here. Okay, so by doing this way, you can easily create user schema by the help of AI. Okay, so if you don't have cursor, you can just use ChatGPT or Gemini. It's up to you. Or you can just go my code and just get the model. Okay, after then what you will have to do, we'll have to make our course model. So here we'll do the same way. At first you need to create an interface, so that will be iCourse interface. And here at the beginning we're just creating interface so that the model or the AI can understand what we just include here. We'll have title, then we can have slug. Okay, so why slug is needed? Look, slug is needed because whenever someone just click any course, for example, if the person is clicked here, and see the select is added here. Okay, so that's why slug is important. Then after then what need? So we need description, we need a short description. So short description, after then we can have module. Okay, modules, our modules will be iCourse module. Okay, I module, let me define here at the top. We will make our module, so we'll have export interface module. Okay, each module will contain some information. For example, it will have an underscore id, so it will be string, then it will have title, description, then we can have border and I lesson. Okay, so now we have to design the lesson, I lesson. So how you can do that? So you can do it at the beginning, so it will be more professional way. Export interface, I lesson. Okay, and here what you will have to do, it will have an id, so that will be optional, so we'll keep it optional, and we'll also keep this optional. Okay, so id will be optional here. Then we can have title, then we can have description, we can have order number. Okay, so content, we don't need this, actually we don't need this content. Okay, we'll have id, title, then description, then we can have order number, video URL. Okay, so video URL, you can have duration of the video, so it could be video duration, something like this. Okay, so it will be is free, it will be optional. Then we don't need is public. Then we will have, sometimes we need to is to resources. So here we can have, for example, resources. Here we can have different type of resources, so that's why we will say it will be, so title is string, then URL is string, and will have different type, and it will be an array. Okay, so something like this. So I think you understand what we will include on this I lesson, I module. And after then, after here actually we'll back, then we need to include thumbnail. Okay, so we need to include thumbnail, 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 and our thumbnail will be optional. And here we'll have an public id, so we're using actually Cloudinary, so public underscore id, and it will be string. Then we can have the URL, so URL will be string, and we can just make this will be if it's not there, you can just say it will be string or it will be null, something like this. After this thumbnail, we can have instructor. Okay, so instructor will be optional, and here we'll say this will be mongoose dot schema dot types object. Okay, types dot object id, something like that. And after then we'll have category, so category will be string, then we can have tags. So tags will be a string array. Okay, then we can have difficulty. So difficulty, and we'll have beginner, intermediate, advanced difficulty. Then we need language. So language, so language will be a string. Okay, then we can have, for example, we need to have total duration. Total duration, it will be a number. Then total lesson, total lesson, lessons, it will be a number. Then total enrolled count, so it will be a number. Then we'll have a completed count. So completed count, that will be a number. Then we can have rating, rating, rating number. Then we will have rating count, rating count, it will be a number. Then we can have is published, it will be a boolean. So we'll have is featured, 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 it will be boolean. Then we don't need to make it optional, it could be by default. Then we'll have meta title. So meta title, title, it will be optional string. Then meta description, it will be string. Okay, then we can have learning outcomes, it will be string array. Then we'll have requirements, then created and updated at, we'll have published at, finally we'll have a method that is actually calculate total duration, something like this. Okay, so after then what you will do, so this is done. Now we'll have to make the schema and model based on it. So that's why we will simply drag it and paste it on the chat box. We'll say make Mongoose schema, schema and model. Okay, and right now wait, it will complete for the schema for you. Perfect, it's created our model and schema. Okay, so now I will close the tab. Let me delete it, and I'll also close all of this stuff. I will have to design the dashboard page. Okay, so here is our dashboard. Inside this dashboard we'll have dashboard page.tsx, and what you will do, probably we can just rename it. It's actually for a student dashboard, student student dashboard. We'll have to export with the same name. Okay, so now here, and see, if you just visit dashboard, then you will have the dashboard page. Okay, perfect. So now what you will have to do, look here at the beginning we need to get the user with role. Okay, so that's why here we need to get user. Okay, so let me define const user, and here how we can get a user. You can usually use user hook, but we are just creating more comprehensive way. So here we will just make this asynchronous function, it will be async, and now we will just use await, and this time we're going to call a function that is actually get current, current, current user with role. Okay, something like this. That means we will also get user with their role. So it will be a function, and we have to write the function. So how you can do that, you will have to write actually a reusable function. For example, we'll have libs here. You can see we will have libs here. Inside this libs we can create a new file. It will be auth.ts, and here we'll create our function export const get user. It will be asynchronous function, something like this. And here what you will do, Here we will have to write logic. So at first we will simply call const, we'll have to call user, and right now we'll get our user using await, so current user, okay, current, so current user. And let me import it, we'll have to import it from next server. And after then what you will do, if the user is not available, then you will return null. Then if the user available, then we'll get the role so of the user. So our role will came from another function, so that's why here we'll write await. Here we'll call get user role, okay, user role. And here we'll pass nothing, sorry, not, it will be current user role, it will be user role, okay. So here what we will do, we'll write a function for the user role. Here we can have const get user role, so this will be the function, okay, it will be asynchronous function. And here also what you will do, here also you can just get the current user, so you can get the current user. And if not user, if not user, here we can return null. Otherwise here we will have to get the role, okay. Role will be inside user, so user will have public metadata dot role, okay. You can have something like this, we will check a optional checking here. And if this role is as a string, okay, something like this. After then what we will do, from here we'll return the role, and here we'll return the role. If it's actually admin, then we'll return admin, otherwise it will be a student role, okay. So right now after doing that, I will have to remove this. Here we'll get our user role, and if we get our user role, next thing is that from here we'll return our object, user object, okay, something like this. What you will have, we'll have an id, the id will be user dot id. Then we can have email, email will be, so from this user we'll get email, so that's why we'll have user dot email address dot email address, okay. So it will return the first email address, then we will have to need the first name, last name, then image url, and role, okay. So by using this way we will get our user, okay. So right now we'll have to import it, okay. So now if you want to check, for example, let me console log the user to get the user, okay. So here if I refresh right now, inspect it and see, we will have the user object, okay. The role is right now a student because you are using a student account, so that's why you are see this role is a students. That means we successfully create a function to call our user, okay. So for example, next step is that if there is no user, that means if user is not here, you can simply redirect, or you can simply redirect, you will have the commit from next navigation and say it will be sign in page. For example, right now you can see you will on this page, but if you just remove your secrets from the cookies, and look, I just remove the secrets, and if I try to access the dashboard page, it will redirect to the login or sign in page, okay. So you have to must be login to access the dashboard. So let me again go to the dashboard using our accounts, and you can see right now we are on the dashboard page, it's working perfectly, okay. So the next thing is that you will have to fetch user codes with progress from the database. That means right now to display this page, look, to display this page, so this is our dashboard page, wait, this is our dashboard page, we need to show all of these courses with the progress bar. So now we need to implement the logic for this, okay. So how you can implement logic for this, here we can have a variable, we will say course courses result, result, and here we can have to call a function that will be get user courses. Okay, and we will get our user courses by user id dot id. Okay, so let me implement the function for this user courses. Okay, so how you can get the user courses? Can you guess it? We'll have to go to the actions page. Here we'll have a course actions, then implement a function. Okay, so let me do that. We'll have to copy it and then we'll back to the course page. Here we'll have to write a functions. So let me define export const. We'll have users, it will be asynchronous function, something like this, and this function will receive user id. Okay, so let me import it. Okay, so we'll import it, and after then what you will do, you will have to implement logic. We'll have a try catch here, we'll have try catch here, and what you will do at the beginning, you will have to await, here actually we'll have to do await. We'll have connect db, we'll have to connect our database. Then we need to check if you have already just subscription, so you will have const sub subcheck. Okay, that means it is checking if you are already have subscription or not. So we'll have await, and you can see we have already the logic for the subscription. We'll call this function and we'll pass our user id. Okay, we'll pass our user id. So this will return true or false from here actually. Okay, after then what we'll do, we'll have to check if subcheck dot is subscribed. Okay, that means you have the subscription. Then from this function, from this block, if block, we need to fetch all subscribed courses. For example, we can have const all courses, and here we'll have await. We'll call our course model. So course model, then we'll have to find all courses using only available published course. So not all courses, it will be filtered based by is published course. Okay, so that is something like this, is published. Okay, is published, it will be true. That means we only show the published course. Okay, true. And after then what you will do, we will just make it sort, so that the latest course will be show at the beginning. So sorted, not sorted, it will be sort created at, and then we'll lean it. Okay, after then we need to get the user progress record. So that's why, so to get user progress record, we'll have progress, progress record, records records. Here we'll have to await, then we call user progress model. Okay, let me import user progress model, then we will have find, and right now we will have to find based on Clerk id. Okay, so we'll have Clerk id. After then what you will do, after then here we will have to say, we'll have to based on the lean. Okay, lean lean method. Okay, so why it's actually not showing Clerk id is never declared. So that means from here actually we cannot get. Okay, we can just modify a little bit. Instead of user id, we can say it will be Clerk id. Okay, then we'll also provide the Clerk id. Okay, so after then we will get our progress report. So if you have the courses and progress record, right now we need to calculate each of this progress course progress. For example, we have all courses, we have all progressed. Okay, that means here we need actually individual progress, something like this. This is the individual progress, this is the individual course progress, and we need actually individual course progress for all courses. Okay, so that's why here we can say something like this: const courses with progress. And here we will just do await, and as we are just fetching our course data at the same time, so that's why we will call promise.val, and here at the same time what we will have to do, at the same time we will call all courses, then we will map it at each time. From this you will have callback. Okay, we will say this will be async, and right now we will get course, single course from here as we are mapping. Then what you will do from here, you can have to get late progress, and we'll have, for example, progress records. Then we'll find by each course, so that's why find, and every time we can have a progress, then we'll just try to get it by using p dot course id. Okay, so course id, and then we will just make it equal course id, course dot underscore id, and we'll convert it to a string, to substring. Okay, so after then what you will do here, after this late, you will have to check if not progress. Okay, progress, not progress. Then what you will do, if not progress, you will have to define a new progress. So const will have to create new progress, and that means it's actually for new course. You already have the subscription, but the admin just posted a new course. You will have to create a progress for that new course. Okay, so we will simply call await, then we will call a function that will be create progress course. Okay, and here what you will need to pass, you need to pass Clerk id, then you will have to need course id, and course id will be underscore id, and we'll make it to substring, to string is okay for now. Okay, so let's write this function. For example, let me close this, and here we can have a function const course progress function. It will be asynchronous async function. Okay, something like this will have curly braces. Okay, this function will receive Clerk id, so that is actually Clerk id, and it will be a string format. Then we'll have course id, and course id will be string format. Okay, so now here what you will have to do, we'll have a try case. Now here at the beginning we need to fetch the course, so that's why we'll have const course, we'll have to await, and we will just call our course dot find by id, and we'll pass our course id, After then what you will have to do, after then here if there is no course we'll return null. Otherwise here we need to call const module, MODULES modules, and right now we'll have course dot modules, MODULES modules, then we'll map it. So here what we'll do, every time we will get a module, MODULE module, and then we will have to use this way. We will have something like this. To create a module, we'll have module id, module, MODULE module id, and this module id will be module dot underscore id, and we'll convert it is string. Then we will have completed, by default false. Then we need progress. So when new progress, when we are just assigning a new course, then we'll have our progress 0. Then we can have here, okay, let me check optional checking here. Okay, after then what you will have here, we need to provide the lessons. So lessons will be something like this way. Inside this module we'll have lesson, and then we'll map it. Each time we will get a single lesson, and then we will have something like this. We'll have to do this way. For lesson we'll have lesson id, and we'll convert it to the string. Then we'll have completed false, last position, and a time is spent. All of these properties will provide on this lesson. And finally, after just creating this module, we will simply move to the next. Here we'll have to create progress. So const progress, and here we'll have await, we'll have user progress, and then we will create method. And for creating here, what you will have to do, so for creating progress here, you need at the beginning user id will be our Clerk id. Then we will have Clerk id, then we will have course id, modules, and overall progress is completed false. Then we need to have created updated and total time is spent, something like this. Okay, so after then, from here we will simply return our progress using two object. Okay, using two object, otherwise we'll return the error. So here our error will be something like this. Okay, so this is done. Now we'll back to our above function, get user courses, and here what you will do, so after this line here we'll assign progress to our new progress. Okay, so that's why here we can have something like this, new progress, and we will define a type definition, any type. Okay, if this is not available, we can just provide undefined. Okay, something like this. So then this block is completed, and after this if block will have let, we need to calculate complete lesson count. We'll have the variable let completed lessons count, something like this, and we will say it will be 0. After then what you will do, we will check if, so you will have progress. Then we will check optional checking dot modules, modules modules. Then here we'll have curly braces, and we'll say we'll have to call progress. Then we will map the modules. Okay, modules. Then here we'll have for each, and each time we will get a module, module, it will be any type. Then we'll have arrow, curly braces, and say if condition module dot lessons, then we will have something like this. We'll say completed lesson count, so that will be plus equal, we'll have module dot lessons dot filter, then each time. Here we will have 1, and we'll define the any type here. Then we will simply return on completed. Okay, on completed, and then finally we'll have length. Okay, so here what's the error, let me, okay, it's actually not 1, it will be lesson in short of L. Okay, now I think the problem is solved, and after completing all of this stuff, what you will do after completing all of this stuff, here we will return something like this. We will return all our course course. Then we'll have to return progress, and progress will be progress, then overall progress, then we'll have completed lesson count. Then here we don't need all of this stuff. Last accessed course, last accessed progress at, and is completed. Okay, is completed will be something like this. Okay, so we'll return all of this stuff, and finally after just completing all of these thing, and here we'll successfully return the stuff like success true. Then we'll have courses, and we'll have, for example, json dot parse, and here we'll just stringify the progress, and after then we'll just say subscription, subscript subscription, it will be by default true. Okay, so this is block is done. So this if block is done. Now here we can have a else block. So here if not subscriptions, you can just add a manual enroll course. For example, here you can add no subscription, and you can simply show only manual manually enrolled course. So it's a future option if you want to implement to, or if you want to access any users who don't have the subscription but you want to assign a course to their dashboard, you can use that. And finally what you will do, okay, and lastly here we will just provide the error. So console.error, and we'll return the error from here. Okay, so right now our logic is completed. Okay, I just console log the course results, and right now if I back here, if I reload, so and inspect it, here you can see we'll have 0 courses available. So that means there is no courses. Why there is no courses? Because we parsed but our database has no courses. So here you can see, if you check your database, you don't have any courses yet, because without implementing the subscription feature, we just purchase this course. Here if you go there, you can have no subscriptions and no courses here. Okay, so how you can just solve this problem? Let me delete this subscription. I will delete the subscription for now, and again purchase our course. So this time look, we don't have subscription, we don't have any course, we need some to have some course. Okay, so at the beginning let me assign some courses. I will provide the course JSON data. You can simply post these courses. Okay, you can just work with this. So how we will do, he will simply check your public folder, and here you will just copy this array, and now back here you will have to just insert or add data, then insert documents, just remove everything, paste your data here. Okay, so it's actually added 3 courses to the database. Look, 3 courses to the database. And after then let's try to purchase the plan again. So to do that, here let me back to the home page. What you will do, you will have to click this, it will just processing. Okay, now just purchase again. Okay, pay now, and at the same time I will refresh it. Okay, look payment entered successful and session completed, and that means here we will redirect it to the verification page. You can see this is actually the payment successful. And now if you go to dashboard, you will have the dashboard page. If you inspect it, so right now you will have this look, all the course is assigned perfectly successfully, because you will have right now all courses data and the subscription features will working perfectly. You can see as you enrolled, you will have all the 3 courses access, and right now if you just refresh, you will have the subscription also saved on your database. So that means this data is persistent. You will have the subscription, and then you will have our course progress. And then what the next thing, if this is done, then the next thing is that after completing this feature, you can have to make this type of sections. You can have this type of sections redesign. Okay, I will help you, no worries. So we implement a feature right now, then we need to calculate the day streak, then we need all active courses, lesson completed functionality, total content functionality, all of this stuff. Okay, so this time we need to create this feature. So day is tricky, so that means if you just learn tutorial regularly, then you will check how many days you continue learning. So that's why this feature. Okay, so how you can implement this daily is tricky feature. Okay, so for doing that, actually, for example, let me back to the code editor, and here I will have to go back to the here, and we remove this console log. We need to feature like const, so streak, streak, streak result, result, something like this. And here we need to create another function. So we'll have await, then get user stick, so this function, and it will receive user id. So what you will do, you will copy it and go to the, for example, go to the actions. Here you have courses, and you will have to implement your sticky functions here. Okay, so let me close this and this, and after then you will have const, you will have, for example, at first export const get sticky feature. Okay, something like this. Here what you will have to do, so at the beginning you will have try catch, then inside this block let me define, we'll have to await our database, then we need to gauge our progress record. So that's why we'll have const, we'll have progress record. Okay, so we will await our user progress with find method. Here we'll have to pass our clerk id, okay, something like this. Then we'll sort it, so a sort is sort it, and we'll sort based on the last accessed at. Okay, then we'll link it. After then what you'll have to do, we need to check the length. So here if you get the progress, then here we will report, for example, progress record dot length. Okay, lengt length, and if it's equal 0, that means you are not, you will have to return something like this, you are not stick. So that's why here you will have success true, your streak is streak is 0, and last active will be null, something like this. Otherwise we will have, for example, get all unique activity dates. Here we'll have const activity days, dates, how many days you are active. So we'll have progress record, we will then filter filter filter, and every time we will get a progress. Here we will calculate based on the last accessed at. After getting these results, we will map it, so it will be an array, so we'll have to map it. Every time we'll get a p from here, and then we will simply calculate const date, and we'll call new date, and we'll pass inside last activate at, and after then we will return new date, and here we will define date dot get full year, month, and date. So we'll convert the get date to get time. Okay, get time, something like this. So after then what you'll have to do, after then we need duplicates and duplicates data, so that's why we need to define, for example, we'll have unique unique dates, and here for unique dates we'll have an array. We'll just use a spread operator. We'll have new, and here we'll call the set method. Here we'll have activity dates, then we will have to sort it by, okay, sort it, sort it. We'll sort it based on a and b, and here we'll have not time, actually we'll have a, and here we'll have b. Okay, so what is this problem? Let me get time doesn't exist in number. Okay, so here the problem is that we will cut it, Control X to cut it, and we'll paste it here after this. Okay, dot get time, something like this. Now the error has gone. Okay, so after then what you will do, we'll have to get the today's date, so we'll have today, and here we'll have new date, something like this. After then we'll have today and set hours 000. Okay, after then we'll have today's time, const today time, and we will get it by using get time method. After then we'll have on day in milliseconds. We'll have to calculate on day in millisecond, and here we'll have to convert 24 hours, then 24 hours 60 minutes 60 second, and then millisecond, so that's why 1000 millisecond. Here lastly we'll have to calculate our recent activity, most recent activity, so const most recent activity, and you will simply get unique dates, and you will get the fast indexing. After then we'll have days since active, so const days since activity, and here we'll have math dot floor. Then we will simply get today time minus most recent activity, then we'll divide it by 1 day in milliseconds. Okay, something like this. And after then what I will have to do, we'll check if day activity last day since activity is greater than 1. Then here what you will do, here you will return something like this. We'll have to return success true
sticky 0 and last activity. So here we'll have new trades and most recent activity. So otherwise we will calculate the stick. So here we'll have late streak, so streak will be 0. Then we'll have current date, so we'll have late current date, and it will be most recent activity. After then what we'll have to do, we'll have to do a for loop. Okay, so we need to define, for example, we need to define a variable. So let I the value of I is 1, then we'll have semicolon, we'll have I greater than unique dates dot length, then we'll have another semicolon, we'll have I plus plus. Okay, inside this block what you will have to do, we'll have to get the prev date, so that means previous date, and this will be unique dates, and it will be I. After then we'll have, for example, we'll have the date difference, so const date difference, diff difference, that will be, we'll have to call math dot floor. Then we'll have current date minus previous date by on days millisecond. After then we'll check if date diff equal 1. Then we'll have, for example, we'll have stick plus plus, and we'll just define current date will be previous date. Okay, something like this. Otherwise we will take else and just break the logic. Okay, so break the logic. Okay, after then what you will have to do, we'll have to return. So return, and the return will be here success true stick and last activity. Okay, so new date activity, so let me stick and last date activity, and finally we will have to just console the error and return null, something like this. Okay, and finally we'll have to get import it. Okay, so right now we'll have this, so let me console log, and right now if you check here, if I reload and see success true sticky 1, that means you are just active, and it's actually showing the first day of your access. Okay, so that means you are just accessing to the course today's. Okay, after then what you need to have to do. Okay, so after then here we can do a thing, we can just get the day stick st reak streak, and how we will get it, we'll have streak result dot success. If then success, we can simply say streak result, otherwise we will convert it to 0, so something like this. And now if I just reload again, look, it's actually the main result, this is actually 1, that means you are just getting the fast break. Okay, so now look, to design this type of UI, you need to calculate actually some of the important things. You will have to just convert your data. Look, you are getting all your courses here, you are getting the sticky date, so everything is here, but you have to transform so that you can just make this type of outline, or this type of structure. So how you can convert your course result and day sticky to match your UI. Okay, so to do that, here we'll have to define const courses, and courses will come from course result dot success. If course result dot success, that means if course result had success, that means it's actually coming true. Then we will define and operator, we'll have course results dot courses. Then we can have conditional logic. We will simply define something, and optionally will be a empty array. Okay, inside it, actually inside this, we will have to do something like this: course result dot courses. Then we will have to map it, and then here what you will do, here you will get course. The course will be any type. Then we'll have a arrow, we'll have curly braces, and same. Look, we need to get the total time, total content time. So that's why here we will have, for example, let total minute minutes. Okay, and this will be either course total duration, total duration, or 0. Okay, so after this is the variable. After this we'll check if, so not total minutes and course dot total duration. What you will do here, you will say let total seconds will be 0. Then we will calculate based on the course model. So const course dot models, sorry, modules. Then we'll have to for each, and every time we'll get module that will be any type. Then we will have something like this. Okay, we'll have to get the lessons using for each, and inside it, actually inside this, actually we'll have to check the video durations. Okay, so we'll have total seconds will be total lecture dot video durations and 0. Okay, so after this thing, what you will have to do, so after this thing we'll have to just define total minutes. Our total minutes will be math dot seal, and here we will have to convert it to total seconds by 60. That means we'll get the minute. Okay, something like this. So after this block, here we'll have to return retu and return the data. And here we'll have, for example, id will be course underscore id, and we'll convert it. We don't need to convert it, course underscore id. So then we'll need to get the course title. Then we need thumbnail, so we can have tsumb nil thumbnail, and thumbnail will be course thumbnail, course dot thumbnail tsumb thumbnail, or you can just define a default thumbnail to be safe. Here we'll have images folder /, and let me get the thumbnail image. For example, we'll have something like this image. Okay, let me rename, copy it, sorry, copy all of this and then paste it here. Okay, so let me close this. So this will be the thumbnail. After then what you will have, progress will be course progress. Then we'll have duration, duration will be total minutes is greater than 0. Then we will have to say conditionally we need to format it to minutes. So that's why here we can have to call a functions format duration will pass our total minutes. Otherwise we'll have, for example, 0 minute. Okay, something like this. Now we'll have to write the function. We can just write it at the top. For example, here we'll have something like this. Okay, we'll have this type of functions and it will be converted like that. After then what you will do here, we need lessons. Let me LESSON lessons, and lessons will be course dot total lessons, otherwise 0. Then we have duration minutes, minutes minutes, it will be total minutes. Then we can have category will be course category. Then we need slug will be course slug. After then we'll have description, course description. Then we can have instructor course instructor, we'll have course instructor. After then we'll have completed lessons, so it will be completed lessons. So all of this is okay perfectly. Let me format this properly. Okay, so after having these, actually let me, after completing all of this stuff, we'll break back it, and here we need to calculate. So active course length, so const will have active, so active courses. Here you can see this block actually show how many courses is active. So now how you get it, for example, you will just get the course length, length, okay. After then what you can do, you can simply define the completed lessons. So this block actually need how many lessons you completed, so that's why here we'll have completed lessons, and we will calculate it using courses dot reduce method. And here we'll have sum, and sum will be a number, and then we'll have c, this is the type of courses 0, okay. And after then we'll have something like this, we'll have sum course completed 0, okay. So after doing that, what you will have to do, we'll have to calculate available content. So we'll have const total learning time, total learning time. And here what you will do, so we can simply define courses dot reduce. Here we can have sum again, and something like this, do the same way, okay. After then what you will do, we'll have to format the learning time, we'll have const learning time formatted, okay. And here we'll have something like this, okay. And lastly we need to get the recent activity, so we'll have const recent activity. And here we'll have to just calculate courses dot filter, and then every time we will get a course, type of course, and we'll have something like this, we'll return it based on this, okay. So after completing this, now you have all the data and you can just complete your UI part, okay. So I will simply don't do manually design this thing, I will just get the component and paste it to complete the designing part, okay. So let me do that. I just copy this and back to here and replace it here. So after doing that, here you will have to import the link, okay. Now if you back here on your website, if I reload, we'll have the design completed. Look, the design is perfectly completed. you will have the total duration content is 0, uh, because the lecture is not properly. We'll have to fix that. Okay, so everything is okay. We'll have 3 courses, days tick on day, but the content has issues, and lesson complete is not perfectly working here. Actually the issues is that, so total content available, it's actually showing 0 minute, and we didn't complete any lesson, so that's why it's 0. Okay, so why it's actually 0, though we'll have some content durations. So let me check here. We'll have lessons, then completed false. Okay, let me check it on course. Here we'll have module, and each module should have array. Okay, it's have video durations. Maybe we may make some mistake for this. Let me check it. So the issues is that what you will have, for example, here we'll have total durations. Okay, so let me check if it's correct or not. Video duration. Okay, it will be video durations. So here we'll have video durations, console log course, and right now if I get it, if I refresh, here I have all of the courses. Okay, then we'll have modules, and each modules contain lessons. Okay, so I think everything is perfect. Module, lessons, then video durations. Okay, we'll have something like this. Then what you can do here, you can have checking. For example, let me check here, console log total minutes. Okay, and right now if I reload again, it's actually not go inside this block. Okay, so what does it mean? Actually course duration is not there. Okay, I got the mistake here. You will, instead of total durations, with total duration we don't have, we'll have modules. Okay, we'll have modules. So right now after defining this, and you can see it's perfectly working. So here we'll have perfectly working this. Okay, so there is no mistake. We have already solved all of this stuff. And let me remove this console log. Okay, so our dashboard design is working perfectly. Okay, so everything is perfectly working. The next thing is that if you just click any of this course, it will redirect to the single course details page. So that's why we'll have to make this, or you will have to make. So here you can see, if you click any of this course, it will redirect to that course, and we'll have video player, we'll have all of this content. And here user can actually complete any just lectures, get the feedback and all of the stuff. You can just click this next and back it. So we'll have to implement this type of feature, and for this implementing this type of feature I will use AI, because the video length is already just lots. So that's why I will implement this feature using AI. So how you will have to do it, for example, you can see this is actually have a uh, courses route, then we'll have a slug, that is actually this slug. Okay, so we have already our slug. You can see our slug is created here. Okay, so in our course details, so how you can implement that. So I will close everything. Okay, so I will close everything, and inside this dashboard, we'll have actually courses. Okay, at the beginning we'll have courses. Inside this dashboard we'll create a folder that will be courses, and inside this we'll have a slug. So that's why we'll have a new folder, we'll have dynamic route. So that's why we'll use square brackets, and here we'll have SLUG slug. Okay, then inside this slug folder we'll have a page.tsx RFCE React Arrow functional component. And now here you will say this is actually course details page, okay, something like this. And now if you check here, you will have course details page. Back to the course page, if you just click any of this, for example, if I click this business acquisition strategy, you will see this is the changed, and here you will have the course details. Okay, so we'll just make this entire course page using AI, using the help of AI. So what you will say here, you will open cursor and take a new chat. We'll say let me design a course details page where I will have course player to play course video, then we'll have progress bar to show progress, and also need button to complete completed lesson, and need next and preview toggle of the lesson, okay, something like this. So I will command this type of prompt and it will do the rest of the tasks. For example, if I press enter, it will at first read our whole code and then generate a code for me. So we'll have to wait. Okay, it's reading my whole code base. Okay, the first page is done. It's also checking if there are any errors happening or not. It's just checking edge cases. Okay, so I think, okay, so let me see how it designed our course details page, and here you can see it perfectly designed all of this stuff. Okay, you can see. So there need to adjust a little bit, but I think everything is there. So we don't have any preview video, so maybe we need to adjust a little bit here. What's the error? So we can have to fix it. So module id to string. So let me copy it, or we can just copy it and say fix this error. So say just paste it here, it will fix the rest. And why you cannot play video? Because here actually the problem is we don't have the proper video URL. So if I just use some video URL properly, let me go here, I will choose videos. For example, I will choose this video and update for example a module here, lesson. Now let me just, it is the video URL, and if I update it, I think this will be solved. Okay, if I reload, let me, where I add which course it is. Okay, let me back to the dashboard. So the first course is actually I added one which course. So maybe let me go here, the first course module lecture 1. Okay, so added to this course. Okay, sales finance mastery. Okay, so we'll have sales finance mastery. Okay, you can see the video is here. Okay, perfectly displaying. You can just display
Hey, hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. And today I'm going to show you something that can.
Okay, so perfectly working. You can just move any of this video. Okay, so I think it's working perfectly, but there are some minor issues you will have to adjust. Here you have this type of errors, you will have to solve it. Let me fix all the errors, 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 and the toggle toggle module has problems. Okay, when click to toggle a module, it expanded all other modules. Okay, so let me just press enter, and after doing this, actually it will fix what you need. Okay, it's actually working. And at the same time, let me update or let me change some courses data. For example, I will just change the video URL. So for example, the first one is changed, we will change the second one. We'll have to replace the URL, video URL. Then let me change the third one. I'm just using one of my video URL. You can use your own video URL. So you will have to update the video URL. Okay, let me update it. We can just change this for others. Let me copy. Here we'll have module lessons. We'll update some of these lessons. Okay, then this one, let me copy it, update it, then again copy another video, update it. Okay, update the player. Also you can do this for others player. For example, let me copy another video URL, I will update this one. Finally copy this one, update this one. Okay, you will update all of this video URL, it's up to you. Let me check, it's still creating. It will fix, no worries, it will fix anyway, I'm confident. Okay, so okay, so it's changed everything. And let me back to our course page and I see if there are any issues. Okay, so everything is working perfectly, and you can toggle a specific module. Okay, you can just change the video, look, perfectly working, everything is perfectly working. If you click here, look, these videos are not available, so that's why it's just showing the thumbnail. Okay, if you go back to the course, you will have to open, for example, this video, you will have this. Let me play it. Many of you are facing. Okay, perfectly working.